All right, we actually made it. What up? What up? We have a day of a bit of shipper farming. We've already done quite a bit, as you might already notice. And we have, I don't know how many we have left, but we have a number. We have 5 here. I actually think this might be the perfect, like, 25 done. Yeah, actually stopped 25 and I didn't realize that. So I've done half of them and I'm gonna do the remaining half. Well, I would say I've probably made good money so far.
I see you, little mouse.
It's been a chill farm.
Here, run along.
Especially considering I literally don't have to do anything. But for a good chunk of today, I was actually thinking about what I want my next build to be. Ended up POBing flame golems for a bit. The POB, I don't know. It wasn't impressive for the on hits. For the ignites, I don't know.
Turn back, trespasser.
I don't know how much damage I can pull out of ignite, but I feel like the flat damage I'm getting from, what's it called? The flat damage I'm getting from the helmets is not being calculated properly or something. I don't know. So I feel like with the number of like flats, with its damage effectiveness and with the flat fire I'm getting, with and how minions work with flat added damage, it should be baseline a really strong ignites. So I don't know how accurate POB is being there, but I'm also not about to find out either.
This is your final warning.
I have a lot to do on that POB though for ignites, but the on hit is I don't think that's happening.
Chosen to side with chaos. This is my word, and you shall obey my order. Imperfect.
He's recovering. We need to find a way back.
Looking at the first like 10 points on my Scion, and I'm just like, holy, I can't believe the league started.
Yeah,
What the fuck is increased damage? That's not over here.
I mean there kind of is. If you go through the life globe on the left, there's increased fizz. You can do Sunder, but that's about it. How's your build? Defilers?
Father, it's me.
Defilers are pretty good, but
Must be stopped.
nothing novel here.
Destroy.
But I am thinking whatever my next build is going to be something new. I just don't know what it is yet. I was leaning towards Flame Golem, but at this rate, it might honestly,
We need to close this.
well, if I can get a second ring, I'll probably just go with Guardian next. If not, we're going Luminary, and I just have to figure out what's on Luminary. There's a change of command angle that I might explore, where I get a mercenary that juices hatred effects, and I go Marohi.
Asking about that.
Irrelevant.
What's that?
The people are asking about that on Reddit because I've been listening to a lot of. I've been like, it's like basically looking at every luminary post.
Get back.
Yeah,
The people trying to figure out.
change of
figure that
command.
out. Yeah.
I think it's straightforward. The only difference is figuring out recovery.
Just someone to follow.
What's that?
I don't know. I think people are looking for someone to follow. I don't know if they actually like are just looking to think.
Yeah.
That and someone asked today, hey, what about Sentinel about the Guardian
Radiance.
Sentinel with the rings?
These memories are
I mean,
I cannot
I wish them lucky trying to find. I actually might do Sentinel even without the rings is the funny thing. Because like at the end of the day, there's still 1 mod rings.
be sacrificed.
And I do have a 2 mod ring. It's just I would like to have at least a second 2 mod ring before I actually just send it.
Is damage too low with just one?
It's more so how does it feel to sacrifice the entire ring slots that could have minion life and minion like damage and also that
Doesn't matter.
stats. Yeah, but minion life is how you scale his damage.
Irrelevant.
His base burn is based on his life.
It's so much on that, so you can even get reflected. Oh,
Yeah, and keep in mind his res counts as life because we use the helmet that converts res into overcapped res into life. So we're getting res, we're getting life, we're getting damage, and then we're swapping all of that for the ring. So if we're swapping all of that for a one mod ring, it feels a bit lackluster. Does that make sense?
Oh, I just take solace in the fact that if you get that ring, no one else is gonna be able to get. No, whatever content you make on it, you get ready to just be the guy that goes, yeah, but you don't need.
You don't need this ring that I went my entire bloodline for. You know, you can just not do it, and you know you'd be perfectly fine. But I do think I'll start off with like, I could start off with just one mod rings and see how they feel. Probably not feel the greatest, but because like one mod rings are plentiful, I could easily have my pick. But like one mod rings would be like, oh, now one of the rings is increased AoE, the other is minion life, and that's it. Minion life is 100% worth it because minion life is like 49% more minion life. Like it's 100% worth it. But increased AoE is like probably not going to be priority, honestly. I feel like that's not something you leave for when you have two mod rings. Because my current 2 mod ring is minion life, minion AoE. It's minion life increase AoE. So it actually is going to be very, very nice because he's going to be affecting a larger area. But I don't think it's mandatory to give him extra AoE from there. I need to figure out everything else. But at the same time, I think one of the bigger things I'm also hesitant on is just, I don't know if I'm ready to go back to banner gameplay. That's like the only other thing.
The banner build?
Yeah, remember, because the swords have dot multi-per valor, yada yada, and I'm going to test 2 out and all that.
I mean, your banner at Mageblood. That is kind of soon compared to the last time you played it, so that does change up quite a bit.
Will not go unpunished.
Like for me, that was my last build last season. And like it's a lot of buttons because like I'm still going to press mines for exposure on like it's for single targets. It's not like pressing mines. It's like one mine. It's just a pyroclast mine. You just need it for the exposure.
It's like Stormblast mine on Merc builds, right?
Stormblast mine on Merc. It wouldn't be Merc because it has to be Guardian.
I know. I'm just saying it's like.
Chosen to side with chaos.
Yeah, so like you throw it once and that's it. If it dies, you throw it again.
Don't you want more?
Order.
No, it doesn't stack. Each one just has its aura and that's it. It doesn't stack.
I thought multiple mines stack.
Depends on the mine. Pyroclast mine.
But they nerfed Pyroclast too.
It's just exposure. You can't stack exposure.
Yeah, it's different.
So we only need the one. Now we'll probably still cast like have multiple of it down and stuff like that. But yeah. Just because we don't get the matcher that stops him from being killed. So you just keep throwing it every so often. Just to make sure they're actually being exposed. Otherwise, the exposure effect would still be decent. They will still have your, because you have base exposure with aspect of Solaris. The only difference is the base exposure that is being scaled by the effect will be higher with Pyroclast. Whenever they leave Pyroclast range, they are still affected by exposure from your range. But then when you put back the mine, it's now bigger exposure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, so that's kind of the difference. Like it's 2 banners, it's mine, and it's curse. I think. Pretty sure those are the buttons, and then of course mobility. So I don't know if I'm quite ready for banner gameplay yet as well.
I think it's too soon, bro.
What?
I think it's too soon. So I don't think that should happen. Telling you. It's way too soon.
Lol.
He's trying to recover. Hurry.
Because I'm thinking, oh, do the banners, and but I'm coming from Wretched Defilers where I'm not basically not pressing buttons.
Yeah.
So I don't mind pressing a bit of buttons, but having to press 2 buttons every so often, because I mean, now granted, there are also advantages, not like it's all disadvantages, but it's worth pressing those buttons. But like, you know, having to press those buttons isn't great either.
I cannot lose them.
They lied to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
Do you like my name?
I haven't seen your name. I see the lights low. It's a nice name. Means it. Do I get it? I mean, I get it. See the lights? And you just radius because you're going to be stacking light radius. You're going flame link, right?
I don't know.
What's that? Because what?
I don't know yet.
Oh lol.
I might just level this and go still play on the other one for a bit. I generally don't know what I want.
But yeah, those are the ideas I'm playing around. It could be a guardian. It could be a luminary.
I see.
And by and there are many luminary choices. There might be chains of command with Maruhi, and the new scepter. It might be flame golem. If I decide I'm brave enough to try the flame golem angle, then you know. Then where did I not? I didn't instantly kill her. The fuck? That's new.
Turn back.
What else? What other build am I considering on luminary? I think there was like at least one more. The actual luminary, chains of command, flame golem.
You tamper with things you do not understand.
Not sure I remember the last one. But those are the big ones I'm currently considering.
Your recklessness will not go unpunished.
But with how long I've had this live search for the rings, I don't think there's a universe where I don't send the guardian at some point. I just need to figure out when. Oh yeah. Now I remember. The last one is Luminary Reapers. That was the last one. Actually. Reaper? I knew I was forgetting one. Yeah, Reaper. Luminary, because my biggest problem with Reapers is always the fact that I can't use support minions. So I'm just going to use my Merc as a support minion. But then Reaper, because replica matters, buffs them quite a bit.
So, you've chosen to side with chaos. This
It honestly can also be the perfect Dark Reaper that actually has a stacking bleed, and I just go bleed scaling. I don't know which one I want to do yet. I feel like I want to do Reapers of Revenants. But I am ultimately undecided.
Yeah, I'm blanking. Do I actually need to do the Tidal Island?
Tidal Island, you have to be a bit more descriptive.
Medicine chest, Act 1.
No, you don't.
What do we do it again?
Because of support gems. League starts.
Oh, yeah. These leagues, I need to like work on my leveling a little bit.
Like practice?
Yeah, but that's probably when I get fired.
Man, say when.
When that time comes, I think that would be the best time to do it.
Lol.
behold the face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed.
So yeah, those are the builds I'm considering. Reapers, I think, is the one where I'm like, I'm not fully sold on it yet, but I also haven't, the Armenia I haven't really explored, and Matters does benefit them a lot. So, and I really want to play around with Subsume the Flesh or Subsume the Source. So they are also a very nice recipient for that.
When I'm ready and not before.
There's one of those cases of, yeah, I kind of want to see where this goes, I guess.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
To me, Exile, quickly! They're coming through!
Embraced by misery. Irrelevant!
What up, sniping? Farming, still farming for your Mageblood? Swap to CI. Are you going Frostbearers? I assume so. If you're swapping to CI. CI Wretched Defilers?
I see.
Oh. No Doriani.
You don't belong here. Run along. Turn back, trespasser. Cease this man.
Yes, story. You've done Doriani swap, but you haven't done. You don't have the Mageblood yet. Did you go? You went Sublime, right? Not the Eyes of the Great Wolf route. Well, not the Talisman converts hit only route.
Do you have a Lahoop you're not using?
Nope.
Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final You force my hand again, little mouse. So
I have an interesting setup.
side with chaos. This is my world.
So you're using Dory, you have this, you have everything, but you don't have Sublime. Are you using
They're coming through!
the shield?
Imperfect.
He's trying to recover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
I can check once I'm done with this Shaper kill, maybe?
You're good.
If I can find. What's that?
I bought you good.
No, I know I don't have Lehoop. I was talking to Sony chat. What is, you don't use that Perandus Signet that gives XP? And a lot of mana regen so you can 6-link early? That's what I typically use.
Behold the fate
Look at me.
Father
Yeah, you.
needs me. Let me help you.
Cold. What's it called?
Horror.
Around this signet, I think.
Obstacles destroyed.
Gives you XP, gives you mana regen, so you can 6-link early, yada yada.
Mana regen. That is pretty good usually, but Scion gets so much mana regen on the way. I literally just clicked my first increased damage node. I'm level 14. That's because I went all the way to Witch start.
Yeah.
So, but I've literally been clicking mana regen nodes and shit the whole time.
The starting Scion nodes on the left side, that's just increased mana. But she does have 40% on that big node that coming out, so I guess there's that.
She has 40% with the hybrid regen life.
I really enjoy her regen life 3 nodes coming out.
She does get insane amount of regen to start. I think the
Like, she doesn't get much real damage, but god damn, she does benefit it with that starting location in the long run.
Glory to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
she does.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
Fixed damage.
Embrace my message.
Buy me some time.
I think this should be where he dies. There is so much white on my screen.
Come to me.
The Wretched Defiler curse. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Gaze into the abyss.
When did dots get spawned in that center? Was I AFK or something? I don't remember that happening. Okay, where were we? We're gonna check the ninja. Okay, you have Watcher's Eye convert 13. Holy, you have Eyes of the Great Wolf increased defense max Spectre. But it is unfortunately who corrupted this and didn't get to 100% increase effect first. Like why?
I'm gonna drop corrupted.
It drops corrupted? Oh shit. No, it doesn't.
I don't know. I don't know.
It doesn't. It's a talisman. It doesn't drop corrupted anymore.
Well, can it still not drop corrupted though?
Yeah. It's used to drop corrupted. Not anymore.
Well, I mean, like it can't like do the thing that any other item can do, where they just have a chance. That's what I'm asking.
Or maybe the strats you do. It's just a beast drop. Like
Okay.
probably not. Like I don't see a situation where you just have it drop corrupted. So very, very unfortunate that the whoever this is didn't divine to 100%, because like this would have been so insane. Like 50 days nowhere near 50 days nowhere near as much as this amulet could have gone for if they just didn't corrupt it and just divined it to 100%. Like genuinely. Because then you'd be getting +2 specters and 60% increased global defenses. She would be insane. I remember seeing one early in the league, but that was like, they released it for like a mirror. Alright, so we've seen 20% convert from here. We haven't seen anything else. You're using Elegant Hubris, so you're not converting there. You're using Dory. You have -200 lightning res. Do you convert? Are you just raw dogging it? You're just raw dogging it. You fucking mad lad.
Okay. I like donuts anyway.
Like you have 20% converts here. And that's it. The lightning max it of 12k. Now, granted, this isn't a configured POB, but I'm sure it's not too far off because you effectively have 20%. Well, if you like have like 18% res. I guess it's 90%, so that's more closer to like 18% lightning res. You're effectively playing the endgame with 18% lightning res, give or take. The rest of that is just going straight to your armor and your 0 lightning res.
The way Chris Wilson intended.
The way Chris Wilson intended. Remember that person I said listed a ring for a mirror?
Yeah.
Yeah, they be dropping it. I know, because my last search is like, yeah, we're getting him. 6 is worth a mirror. Good luck. A mirror is fucking true. Exactly. I'm like, what do you think? He has early focus and burning damage, right? It's like, what build do you think would use this? Like, aside.
But you don't want to talk to him because you don't want to inflate his ego. How long has it been up? How many days?
I mean, he just released it, so it's like, you say just now, but I think the first I saw this was like 3 days ago, 4 days. Like, it was before, it was like during the weekend.
Just message your offer.
Nah, he's listening to like 400D currently. It's
not going for any of that though.
It's not.
That's just 10. He's like, just say 10.
You think the person who listened for 400 will accept 10?
I think if it's been up for that long, they don't know what they're actually just putting shit up to push it up.
I mean, he's
searched saw nothing and was like, oh fuck.
I mean,
the last one that this one had was definitely a mirror.
Surely, right? What was this search for again? Oh, that's what it was for. I wanted to see the Eyes of the Great Wolf that had +1 Spectre and global defenses. There is none that is full enchant magnified. Is there anyone that is not corrupted? What am I saying? There's only 3, and I think they're all corrupted, which is why they haven't been divined. Yeah, it doesn't drop corrupted, by the way. I just confirmed. So this is +1 max and enchantment modifier. What is the, I mean, odds or anything that you would actually want to go is going for like a mirror plus? Holy, somebody dropped it. Somebody dropped the +1 level, +1 no max number. So it's plus, so when you get to 100%, that's +2 levels, +2 max number. That's like the absolute base you can get for Eyes of the Great Wolf. They have a list for 5 mirrors. I don't know that's what 5 mirrors, but like, I mean,
minion players are RMT players.
Surely.
I heard Tina say it on the stream one time. And I was like, sure, bro. They
Max
really need that much damage.
Like I already have so much damage that, and with this is without a 12 passive jewel. I need to still get 2 12 passives to get so much more damage. I'm just like, okay. I mean, +8 max code res is honestly not bad because that means we can probably drop the Sapphire Flask. low-key. So this would not be bad as well. This would be really good. +2 max endurance charges. That'd be really good. Action speed is all these other guys that are like, why is this up? Why is +2 specters utility flash gain charges? Why is that worth a mirror? We would just use Mageblood. The fuck? You know something I didn't consider? Eyes of the Great Wolf can roll minion dot multi as the talisman implicit. So I can get 60% of that. I can use that for a cheaper version of the ring. So instead of getting like a third ring, I would just use an Eyes of the Great Wolf with dot multi and try to get it to like, you know, 80-90%. Because that dot multi will also come with something else that could be decent, like move speed or specters or endurance charges or something. We don't need a full 100% effect, but yeah, that's something I could do. Not a bad idea. This would also be good if you were going for a Hoag setup. Speaking of, if I cared for Hoag, this would be the Hoag league. Like it would have been so nice. With because like replica Mata's teaching would be insane for Hoag. Like absolutely busted. Because of how much increased attack speed they get from their virulence scaling and whatnot. It would actually be crazy. All right. Give me a quick second. But yeah, that is something I should 100% consider. That is a lot of dot multi. That is actually a lot of dot multi. I heard my thing. Why did it say they just... You ever have your live search ring again I don't know if he relisted it or something. I don't know what that was. I assume so, for the same price. Maybe he moved it. I don't know.
Turn back, trespasser. Cease this madness. You tamper with things you do not understand.
Are all the bosses in this one going to be quick? Surely they are.
This will not go unpunished.
Even this one looks quick. The fuck? Yeah, this is Hillock. Or Brutus, rather. They were all quick.
Is your final warning.
I think this is like one of the very few times they're all quick. Which makes me think this next maze section is going to be an absolute pain in the ass.
It is my word, and you shall obey my order.
But yeah, Arcane, I think ultimately what I would like to do is I would like to make a build around Subsume the Source. I find it such a cool helmet that I definitely want to make something out of it. I just don't know what yet. It'd have to be something that really would want a lot of flats, but will use it effectively. Clearly, Flame Golem doesn't give a fuck, even though it has 700 base effects. So I guess that's not entirely true because I'm trying to use Meteor and all of that. Which, by the way, POB was actually just misleading me all the time because it disregarded the fact that the skill has a cooldown. Like typically with like zombies of any like Fallen or any skill that actually has a cooldown, it very clearly uses it. But this one is like, nah, it's skill enough of attack rate. Why? Unless there's something I'm missing, which I don't think there is.
The face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed. Ultimate chaos.
Come to me.
Embrace my misery. Insignificant.
He's trying to recover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
We need to close this.
Ultimate chaos.
Come to me.
I think this area is safe. You bitch.
Irrelevant.
So that is, I think, kill number 40, 30. I think that's kill number 30. What am I farming? Just regular sheeper. I'm trying to drop his flask, which is pretty expensive currently. But ultimately, I'm really just farming.
Have fun with that one.
Every kill is guaranteed profit with regular shaper, and he has a jackpot item of like that's like 30 something divines, right? Dying Sun. He has like 30 divines. It dropped. Lots of people farming, I guess. So I just decided I was going to get 50 invitations and I was just going to send them. So that's kind of what I'm doing. I am done with 30. We have 20 to go.
I see you, little mouse.
Have you done a lot of shaper?
Run along.
It should have. It would have probably tanked if you dropped it. You do Uber?
Turn back, trespass.
I don't know if it drops in Uber. I have to check. I'm not 100% sure it does.
You tamper with things you do not understand.
This is gonna be a long one. The rest, so.
Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. You force my hand again.
Uber. Oh, you run Uber Elder.
You've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order.
Makes sense.
Insignificant.
That reminds me, I did say I wanted to check what the new aspects do.
Recovering. We need to find a way back quickly.
Sure, we'll do the aspects. Probably do that after this kill or in one of those phases where we are just waiting for him to do his thing.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Behold the face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed.
Stay close. They're coming through.
Yeah, so this is a decent time I can look. Brian King says buff causes damage to pen cold res against shield enemies. So it has some cold pen, it has increased effect of chill.
Inconsequential.
Cold pen increased effect of chill.
Let's find a way back.
Increased effect of chill would actually be really strong for what do you call it? For bone chill support.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lied to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
Why does he have two different lines that say pens 10% res against shield enemies?
Stay close.
So it has 2 lines of code pen, and I don't fully understand why they're 2 separate lines. Oh wait, no, one is local, one is on the enemy. That's what I'm reading. Both grants damage a pen 10%, and it just damage pens. I don't know, man. It's kind of worded weirdly. Take physical, less physical, or elemental damage per lunar protection or resistance, and then it switches. The base duration is 3 seconds. So if you really want to use the aspect of Lunaris, you'd want to scale a whole bunch of duration, buff duration, to really stretch it out. So as you're getting random stacks, you're able to stack each one 8 times, so you get 60% less physical and any damage. Oh, that is pretty strong, actually. Okay, welcome back.
Thanks. Well, thank you.
And then aspect of Arakali, increase life recovery rate per wither on you. Always inflict wither for 2 seconds on hits. So guaranteed wither on hits, and
Look at them came downstairs.
oh, wither you apply gets reflected. So your goal would be to get as much wither as you can. I'm guessing this works really well with CI because you're immune to chaos damage, and it's all just life recovery rate. So then you can convert that to ES. You can use that for life regen with Zealot's Oath and get a whole bunch of ES recov if you can fully stack wither on yourself. No, I can definitely see a use case for this one. Like, it seems like it'll be very strong if you build around it. Brian King is probably decent with Boncho, but I don't know if that alone is worth the effort. Solaris is just like the best here, especially taking into account the fact that it's just generic effect of exposure, so it's not really just fire exposure, just exposure. So even though the buff itself doesn't provide fire, it doesn't provide other exposure, it still increases effect of exposure. So if you're able to apply cold exposure or whatever else, it still matters. I think this is the best of the new aspects, the most diverse, I guess. It's not really the best, but the most diverse, most versatile. Lunaris needs to be built around, but it's very, very strong if you do. Arakali is also pretty strong. Like 45% increased life recovery rate is nothing to sneeze at, because this is recall. What?
Nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, scoff at or sneeze at.
He said the thing. He said the thing, chat.
Low. Then Brian King is the most niche, I think I would say, because it's so, you need to have a, I guess you don't really need to have a reason, but you'd want to have a reason. I was saying earlier that I really want to build around Subsume the Source because I find that helmet very cool.
What's that?
What's that?
Yeah, what is that? The Abyss shit?
The Abyss one.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Art changing is very PoE too.
Mm-hmm.
Makes me think it's probably ain't gonna be in PoE too soon.
Yeah.
Run along.
But that's fine. It's nice when PoE 1 gets shit like that.
So I'm trying to find it. I'm basically going to effectively use a minion that has really good base damage effectiveness, but can get a good amount of like minions out on the field as well. Impale doesn't affect bleed in this game, right? I know it does in period too, but I don't think it will in this one, because Impale should be hit damage that it gets increased.
There's some PoE too.
Yeah, bleed is just however like size of hits. Size of hits equals size of dots.
Oh, it's not a bad thing in this game. They hit.
Yeah. So that means I don't get anything from Spine Snatcher all the same. If I want to use both of them together, what would I want to use it with? That'd be a Fizz minion that wants to impale. That would gain a lot from flats. And does Fizz. The new Timeless is really good for Hoag because it doesn't specify attacks. So spellcasters, for the first time, spell minion casters can actually impale.
Is that a more multiplier for Hope?
Yes. Yes, it is. It's a more multiplier for Hoag, and there's a lot of benefits for that. Hoag got some insane buffs this league, by the way. I mean,
I've never played Hoag. I wonder if I should.
You might actually have a blast playing this.
Good clarity.
Like my brother with Hoag is just the self-kissed. No, really, you can, but that's such a waste of Hoag, I think.
Because you easily hit dog cap or what?
Yeah, like you, like I guess. Let me preface this. I'm coming from free share, and that has a Hoag ascendancy, so there's that. But the quality change to just sockets is big for Hoag because that's virulence. You just now you want to giga stack quality, you want to giga stack levels for Hoag. Typically, you now have a source of.
I have 30 qual earlier.
Yeah, you get 30 quality, so you just quality is max virulence. Max virulence is everything you want because virulence gives increased attack speed, it gives flat pace, and it gives increased fizz. So it basically is giving you everything you need. Just from basically with virulence, you have all the damage you need. So if you can get any sources of virulence, it's big. So I think Ashes would be really strong for this setup. Now with Impale, it can record percentages of its like previous 5 hits and just keep replaying that, increasing the damage it does further until like 5 hits later. You can use Spectres to increase Impale effect for minions or for nearby allies. You can use Spectres for that. Yeah.
Squishy girl does that, right? Demon Harpy?
No, not Demon Harpy. Demon Harpy is increased physical damage taking, which is still good. But the one that does it is Perfect Dancing Sword. It's a boss for one of those maps. I forget which one.
Is Hoag taunt though?
It's cast spell, so no. You typically needed an attack to taunt.
Really, you could go Hoag.
What's that?
Might be too active for you though, right?
I don't want. Yeah, that's why I'm not gonna do it because yeah, but I did a version that uses Fallen for like try to automatically stack it essentially, but it also wasn't like when it ran into a suffering from success problem at the time where the stronger you were, the less mobs were alive to hit you, so your virulence naturally slowed down during clear and stuff like that. So that's like the one downside of relying on Fallen. It's like you're doing so much damage that now nothing is there to hit you for you to trigger the shield, you know?
Makes sense. Yeah, that would be annoying.
So if I were to redo Hoag, I'd probably go for a more active playstyle, but like I don't really want. But like if that's like you'd go for a bow or something probably. But yeah, with that you get very good virulence uptime. With your virulence uptime, there's many things that release this and actually benefit Hoag, from the timeless rule being insane for Hoag to impale effects to I think the new what's it called? The new aspect I just mentioned was also pretty decent, and then replica matters is probably insane for it. And my internet just cut out.
Yeah, replica might just be a good one.
So like it'll be a very strong build, no doubts.
Yeah, cook a pub.
You want me to make a pub?
Sure.
It's one of those builds where
if you make one, you're gonna make a more active one.
I mean I'd make one with a bow. Probably using a rain. a rain skill to
Rain arrow
get
saturation.
poison. What's that?
Rain of arrows of saturation or something.
Maybe, probably like something that hits very fast. For because all you need is poison stacks. You don't need, damage.
You've chosen
Yeah.
to side with chaos. This
And then you'll be using at series the green jewel. I forget what it's called, but the jewel that makes it so when you poison yourself too.
insignificant.
So you for every one poison you get two, and because you get two, you get more virulence and all of that.
To find a way back quickly.
But as a result, your hog is going to go crazy. Probably go necromancer so that you can still get block even though you be dual wielding. You don't even need to dual wield, but I would dual wield with it. Actually, hog loves levels so much I might not be worth dual wielding. Because then you'd be losing out on one level. But for that one level, you get even more attack speed. No, it's probably worth it. It's probably worth it. Because base attack time is
Let
huge.
me help you.
It'll be worth it.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed.
So you wouldn't go any other sources of flat. You wouldn't go any sources of increase. Your tree would basically look like, a cluster tree with ES scaling. Probably stack max number of specters so you could go the other bloodline, if I'm being honest. Katarina.
Katarina have a defenses.
Yeah. If it was Guardian, we could have considered Lycia, but nah.
What Lycia give?
For every 1% life, that's Herod reserves.
Oh,
Yeah. So you'd want Hoag to reserve like 99% of your life,
Trying to recover
so that
the body. Let's find a way back.
it does 99% more damage from that one ascendancy node, which is insane. But because it's life, you need sources of generic reservation efficiency or life reservation efficiency, which isn't easy to come by. Guardian has 50%. Ascendant has 25, if I remember correctly, or 20, one of them. Those Orabod boots have, speaking of hope or whatever, have 24 up to.
These memories are mine.
Those are the sources of generic reservation I remember off the top of my head.
I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be.
And then you have to fit everything on your life with, because you're going for a 6 socket, right? Or a 6 link rather.
Irrelevant.
What's up?
But yeah, Hoag 8's really, really good this season. Very, very good.
Run along. You want to?
You could honestly even do some, use like hatred alongside it, because it'd be doing so much phase that if Fizzle's extra cold would honestly still have decent impact, but then you wouldn't be scaling any exposure or anything, so it's kind of like unless you full convert to cold, then but odds are with Necromancer you'd be converting to chaos, so you'd probably more likely take the new bloodline that gives your minions with that effect.
What's the downside?
I don't think there's a downside, it's just with the effects.
Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. You force my hand again, little mouse. So you've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order. Gaze into the abyss. Irrelevant.
He's injured, but not for long. We need to get back.
right, where was I? Where is there's still more. All right.
Behold the face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed.
Stay close.
Ba-bum. Ba-bum.
What did I find cool about that Shaper stuff again?
Coming through.
If I remember correctly, it's weird. It's not a minion, but it's also not you. It's a proxy. But I don't remember if it uses your stats like totems. I feel like it does. But it wasn't quite totem-like. I forget what the differences were. I forget.
He's trying to recover. Hurry. Let's find a way back.
Does he even have a skill I would like to really skill? Not sure what the answer to that question is. The beam had a long cooldown, so I think that's a no, unless I could do something like Saboteur. Right? I feel like I remember this being the case. But there was something about the beam and scaling it that was awkward.
Memories are mine. I cannot.
Let me see if I remember the name of the stuff.
To you, Father. I'm your true memory.
Blood Rose or something.
Future. The past must be sacrificed.
Stay close.
Relevant. Okay, Shaper. Oh yeah, to answer your question, sniping, the Dying Sun is only from regular Shaper, not from Uber. Then I came here for... What is the name of that stuff? The Blood Thorn, maybe? No. It's from one of the dreads, the incarnations. I think it drops from one of them. Legacy of the Rose, that's the one. Okay. Invulnerable Shaper memory, similar to Shaper clones found in Pinnacle Boss Encounter. It is not a minion. One of these three skills based on the value rolled which skill is used. Teleports to an enemy, then deals an AoE melee attack with 4100 damage effectiveness that cannot be evaded, but deals less damage with ailment. Holy, that having an insane bleed. But that's why they put that less damage. We
I saw that shit. I was like, yeah. No.
Like that, G, calm down.
Really thought.
Shaper's Eye, cast a beam, duration 3 seconds, dealing 8k flat fire cold lightning dots. Modifiers to spell damage affect the damage of the skill. And then the last one is the balls. Cast a spell that fires 3 piercing projectiles, dealing base cold damage with 200% pen. 100% pen baseline? And then it repeats twice. Kind of insane, but has 0% base crits. And it cannot return. All of these skills count as being used by proxy and will not cause the character to take reflect damage. They scale with characters' offensive stats. Yeah, so it's kind of like, it's very totem-like. Offensive stats, they do not count as triggered and are incompatible with trigger bots. In one, so you don't, it wasn't a, oh yeah, I remember, it was this fucking guy that had to use Inquiz, I think, because he had enough ES to where there was something about it where I felt like I had to regen my whole ES, so he was the best bet because he could use Con Ground or something.
Yeah, because he got Concroma moving.
Yeah.
I remember you were thinking.
It was life costs. No, game one runs when you spend a total of 200 energy shield. Yeah. So I needed to spend ES in order to proc it. And then I was going to use Whispers of Infinity to turn all of that with Corrupting Fever to spend 2k ES in a single cast. But because I was spending that much ES in a single cast, I needed a way to boost it up. Like, just go straight back to full. And that was where what's his face came into play, because you know, ES regen would not have been enough because you have Eldritch Battery. So I was going to rely on Consecrated Ground affecting ES, or no, life regeneration also affecting ES. Yeah, Con Ground makes life regen affect ES. So then all my percents ES percents life regen modifiers would affect ES, which would then just allow me to sustain and proc this over and over again. That was the thing. Because with Eldritch Battery baseline, it just comes with less ES recharge rates. So trying to scale recharge rates is a losing battle because you have a less modifier on it. So you're better off trying to scale regen with it. I guess March of the Legion is another way to do it, but you still need to deal with trying to get really high up there. And I think one of the bigger things that also irked me about the build at the time was the bug that came with Whispers of Infinity, where you had to like reuse it every single map or something like that. Like you had to pick up the amulet and put it back, otherwise it would stop converting costs. Like I remember I had like some weird bug like that.
That's silly.
What'd you say?
That sounds silly.
Mm-hmm. Is there any reason why I would want to pursue this build today when I didn't before? I think the biggest thing from before was Shaper's Balls. It didn't interest me that much. I think was ultimately what it was, and I think the biggest thing that I was interested by was the beam. And the slam is whatever. I don't care about the slam. I guess if you wanted to scale AoE like Giga melee AoE, I can see that being cool, but with the less ailments, it's kind of whatever. Yeah, I think that ultimately was what it was. Why does this staff give +5 to level of all spell skills? I remember seeing someone use Shaper's balls to with Sandstorm Visage to try to give it base crits, and that was kind of what they were doing to scale the damage. They went crits. It's a proxy, so they get to scale their own abilities or their own stats. And PoE Legacy of the Rose. Yeah, this Tusk Deluxe. A talking apple. Let's see this. Please don't have music. Thank you. Of course you do. I guess it's not music. Hopefully it's not copyrighted or anything.
Hopefully.
It triggers. Okay, yeah, it's automatically used when you get to that amount. Couldn't you use automation corrupting fever because it's an instant? Yeah, you can. So you can do automation corrupting fever to spend 2k ES every second and cast whatever ability every second. You just need to get your ES regen to 2k a second. That should be easy. Surely.
2k, brother.
Mm-hmm. But then he would spam the balls. Just sounds like a fucking horror movie.
A few weeks into 3.28 now, and I want to share something I've cooked up. So a few weeks ago, GUG added an interesting new staff called Legacy of the Rose. The basic idea of the staff is that it allows you to summon
Got me
Shaper
thinking that
to
this warb nerf is like just okay. Totally.
What warp nerf?
The warb buff.
do
Oh,
a skill for you. Either the beam, the balls,
I mean, it's
or
insane.
the slam.
I'm one-shotting it.
Once he does that, he leaves until you summon
Hello.
him again.
This isn't like an elementalist
So,
twink.
how does
What
this
would an
work?
elementalist twink even do?
As part of the weapon,
Yeah.
it Eldritch Battery, and it
Holy-
requires you to spend ES to gain Remembrance. Once you have 10 Remembrance, you can then call on
And you
Shaper,
use
as I will demonstrate now.
Very good run.
Now the slam has a very high damage effectiveness and can't be evaded,
Because you can't exist.
but it deals
without the
70%
buffs
less
down
damage
like
with
this.
ailments. So the general idea is you spend ES, summon Shaper, he leaves, and rinse and repeat. So, how does this build work? With the release the Mirage, and
Oh, sure.
the new
This person
fancy
used Frostmate support with it. I guess Shaper's Ball is a spell, but is the slam a spell? It's an attack. Why would you use
new
Frostmage?
gems allows us to
Oh,
solve
supported skills.
Just skills.
But it says support spell skill that deal damage with hits and have no reservation. That's confusing.
So,
Like the description says support spell skills.
I think it's actually used for that, but it's also just used for the other thing, right?
I mean, typically, if the description up top
Spell skills
doesn't,
will get the flat cold. Because Frost Mage works on other things, like on that build I want to play the Abyss Stacker.
Hmm?
Light Butcher helmet, Spirit Burst helmet that casts Spirit Burst. They put Frost Mage on that so it doesn't cast it, so it doesn't expel my spirit charges.
they put Frost Mage on what?
On the helmet that has Spirit Burst, trigger Spirit Burst when you reach max spirit charges. They put it there so Spirit Burst is technically affected by Frost Mage, so that it doesn't cast, if that makes sense.
Why would it stop it from casting?
By increasing the reservation multiplier by a shit ton. So there's not enough. I think it's
It
because
stops on
it,
it stops
the
being
costs,
applied.
The costs.
So it would stop being applied to your character, or you
You just can't cast it because it still costs it still costs mana to cost. But with the doesn't Frost Mage have a big mana cost multiplier?
yeah, it has supported skills gain base mana cost equal to 5% of reserve mana.
So with that much, they can they don't have to care. It's not the same for this, obviously. I'm just talking about the one.
Yeah.
They basically use that to prevent themselves from casting it, which I thought was interesting and different.
They use that to okay. So what? So it can support attack skills, even though it says support spell skills.
I think it just gives things. I think it just gives things big reservation. I don't know about the attack and spell synergy necessarily.
It's like what? Does it? It has Eldritch Battery on the staff. Yeah, it would. It gains added code equal to reserved mana and mana costs. No, it gains base mana cost equal to this.
I think that places a kick lane for the flat.
No, this is different than like in the context of Legacy of the Rose, it's gaining added code equal to reserve mana, so you just need a big reserve mana pool.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think this person is clicking in for the mana.
Yeah. It doesn't have to spend mana. Like
I know.
No, I'm replying to Liz.
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, no, all cards will cost ES plus 5 to all. Oh no. I'm talking about. I'm just like. I was just looking at Legacy of the Rose because it's a stuff I've found cool in the past and now, and I'm kind of curious as to see if there's anything that has changed since I first thought about it that I actually want to play around with. And Frost Mage is a very it's actually a good consideration. Not that he like this video brings it up. Don't know much about this stuff except I see a lot of Reapers use. You see Reapers use the staff for the +5. Aren't they better off? Don't Reapers have Fizz? Do they not have Fizz tag? I guess maybe they don't. They do. So why not just, if that's the case, why not do staff, level of all, level of Fizz. This is +6. Yes, I did pretend to make a video on how to craft the talisman. What do you mean? For how I crafted my talisman? This one, it was just a +1 alt spam to a +1 all, and then Allflame craft the rest. So like Allflame, or you can Allflame with Fireborn currency or not. I forgot about Fireborn currency when I crafted mine, so I didn't use it. But Allflame, Fireborn Regal, Allflame, Fireborn Exalts, and you just go from there. He suffered greatly. We don't talk about that. That was something. That was actually insane. Like actually quite crazy that I went that long without seeing +1 all. Because the alt spam was very unlucky.
Yelling in Discord to see what's going to do that.
7k alteration orbs on a 1 in 1700. I think I am permitted to yell a bit. Because those are that is insane. It's not that unlucky. So 7k alteration of 1 in 1700. Like I should have gotten that mod at least like 4 times at that point.
Of some of the problems I had when trying this before. So this build uses the Shapeless Devastation version of Staff, which is the Shapeless Slam.
What's that?
I just said bait Discord emote.
Lol. I really like the baits emote on TLI Discord. I think it's funny.
Yeah, shit's great. Love that everyone be spamming that shit. Fucking post. A fucking meme of a community.
They
But it's
fucking
all good.
post a farming shot and then post the baits. Like
You cube right now.
you just see 20k FE per hour and then the baiting would be low. Like, okay.
Even though what the fuck to take serious when you click that Discord. No fucking clue. Everyone's just joking. The devs are joking because they be thinking, they're so close to clockwork. They're so close. No, shut them down. They're so close to clockwork season. We can't go back. We almost shut down in clockwork season. That's what we told the NA community, right? So we can keep using that excuse. Don be backing them up in the comments.
Dude, it is crazy them saying going back to clockwork like clockwork was a bad season.
Someone was like, what the fuck are they talking about? Don said, did you know they almost shut down in clockwork season? I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. Respectfully, shut the fuck up. They almost shut down. The season that we played the most.
That is cooked. But hey, you know.
Bro, I feel like TLI is actually such an insane game. I hate to be that guy, but is the Chinese audience really beating the game day 2?
I think you'd be surprised, but at the same time, I think they're living out the RMT portions of it. If I'm being honest, like if you RMT, you probably can't beat a day 2 because you have literal bot farms working for you. But for a regular player, it is because even if you drop an eternity day 1, how much is an eternity day 1? You know,
it's still pricey. You're just selling to RMTers.
Yeah, but like it's not the 30k that it balances out. It's probably like 5k, 10k.
Day 1, I'm literally closing the game.
Yeah.
Think about that. Like I'm not motivated. Drop a headhunter day 1, you're blasting on headhunter, right? Like unless your build literally needs a particular build to function or whatever.
Yeah.
You drop a Mageblood day 1, you know you're using the Mageblood. I mean, mirror obviously you sell the mirror because it's currency, but like, and then
would you sell it? I feel like I'd hold it.
I mean, yeah, you'd hold it for a little bit and then sell whenever you're ready. But I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna keep. I don't know. Unless you tell me the Chinese audience out here is like slaving hours.
They're probably playing like no life.
We have people that know life too.
Fair, like Don the Crown is at 300 bill day 4 or something. He hasn't.
Is like profound down. Here we go. We're now using these upgrades. We're using this 7,000 tangle. Like, you're telling me that last season the Chinese audience beat the game that fast? Fuck no, man. What do I look like?
I mean, I'm not saying they're being dishonest. I just think maybe they're just.
They're being dishonest. I'm the one saying it. Arcanix. Just to be clear, no one else is saying it but me. I'm not believing that shit.
I think they might just be also taking RMTs into account. That's what I think.
So we should die because of demo awards.
I mean, I don't know.
Right? They're making these decisions. Like, who are they making these decisions of? Because these decisions don't even affect our reality. Like, I mean, they hurt us, but like, if the season came out like the season before, would we actually like? I don't know, man. Unless
I would have fun, like.
But then they invest in the West so much, and I'd be like, do they really not give a fuck? But I think the truth is, these fuckers make so much money. It doesn't like they don't need to give a fuck about the West. You just need to like just keep you all baited. They need Andre to get in, answer some questions, and then talk about how they gave you back dream pets, so they can do anything. Have those free to play players foaming at the mouth. Anything. We're listening.
It's wild actually. Like this season was shocking to me. How like I first started the season thinking, oh, it's surely it can't be that bad. Like I know it's the patch notes were rough, but like surely market balances, and then the market balances, and you know you can see, oh, everything you would maybe use to farm is kind of cheaper. And then you just look at the price of everything you want to buy in terms of upgrades, and you're like, oh, do you not see the rest of the market?
Because people didn't stop RMT. If anything, that probably pushed that shit more. What are we trolling?
So like all of a sudden, all the items you actually want are still priced like it was last season, but your currency is not. It's far from last season. It's this season's currency. It's like, can you not be like 10k in cost so I can buy you?
What were you buying for 10k?
No, it's like just I didn't want to buy anything 10k. I didn't actually look for things 10k. Like stuff like Lone Walkers would be that expensive. Stuff like Corroded Troublemaker would probably be that expensive. But like basically there are things that are that expensive that you are not going to see on your farms because it is locked behind deep space. But like these are also, or locked behind profound, but these are also things you would need to progress to get to profound. All the same.
Yeah. So basically it meant like slave.
It doesn't necessarily mean it's actually 10k. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean it's like 10k in cost. But like if instead of having 5 upgrades cost 500, those 5 upgrades now cost 800, but you're making half what you were making, that's a big difference in experience. That's a very big difference in experience because things went up in price because now there's less of it available because they moved them up. But we also just make less because the things we have available are being diluted by the number of people who are farming those said things. Like if we're to return to the game now, it's probably fine because most people are not in profound, so like you can boss rush all you want and you make 1,000 plus yada yada. Like you'd probably be fine. Like the game and its current state right now is probably fine, but league started is not.
Like how are you making a game that incentivizes people to literally log in 3 weeks later? Like actually, people already want to log in a week later just so they can buy like swipe for a pet they want. Especially with the way they came across in this interview saying, yeah, we always want to release conservatively going into new seasons. So we're like, okay, so why actually should I log in early in the season?
Yeah.
Give me a reason.
It is what it is.
And one of the main issues of using this one is the consistency. Since we want
the
to go
truth is, you and I aren't
PP
like
gem.
doing that much to TLI, like they're not making that much off of us.
Oh no, wait, we're dropping the bucket.
To be like, holy fuck, this league mechanic is crazy.
One guy. Do you know how many people swiped to 6 without even before they realized that the season was not dropping loot?
That was crazy. You're putting thousands on the line before realizing that.
To be fair, it's not 1,000 because like there's a discount, but like we also have the people who have level 6 all pets. Now that one is like tens of thousands spent on the game already. I'm just like, okay, I mean, power to you. And I'm sure that like there's multiple people like that. So like we are a drop in the bucket. We barely cause a ripple.
It's what it is, man.
It's what it is. Like at the end of the day, it's a fun game. I think they went too far this season, but they clearly disagree.
They actually said it.
Like I said, they clearly disagree. It's exactly, to be fair, I haven't experienced the current version that is just saying it's fine. I just don't think that the Nether King's things incentivize you to engage with them. Because
that was the part that I was like, holy league mechanic shit.
Because like
it's like giga rare.
I haven't experienced it. I haven't been incentivized to experience it, and it's like, okay, so I just don't engage with this until profound deep space. When I've already been playing the game for like, so I've been playing standard for like the first 2 weeks. Well, I guess first week.
Standard for a while in TLI. Love that shit. Power progression.
All right, all right. We are finally at like 1 trill. Now we get to leave started and go into the
Please
league.
stand up, but the game's 2 giga changes though. So it's not to be playing something that's very familiar with you. They be lying like, yo, we finally figured out exactly how we want the game to be.
And
And
they
then you
nuke
literally
it.
blink, you get comfortable for 1 season. Like, nah, fuck it, that was way too close to clockwork. We were on our knees begging for the game not to get shut down on clockwork. Don't protect us. Oh, shit. Bro said they looked at the market, they saw the nether slates 10, 12K. They're like, yeah, that's we're happy with those market prices.
Seems right. Seems fair.
For the power, yeah, it makes sense. Even if it took a lot of your power, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, you this is replacing power, but like you don't need to use this until profound displays. Just let it be. You don't need it. Like, do you know how crazy it was when I realized, like, I actually tried to engage with the Nether King slates, and I don't know if you know this, but they are slates, right? So they have modifiers. You can actually roll modifiers. But just like last season, it's complete RNG. You're going to use a slate from a tree. It's going to replace a random one with a random one. So like,
So that's why people were asking that question.
so like, you're just like, okay, you have one that has one good mod. You're sweating because like if you click it and it replaces that mod, it don't be. But then you can get lucky and it doesn't replace the mod, but it replaces the other one with something else as ass. It's like, okay, I guess.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So like when I was just trying to like, okay, let's try to squeeze out some ultimate cooldown recovery and yada yada. It wants me to put 3 mods. Okay, I put the 3 mods. I got ass mods, but like whatever, I can just reroll, right? I can just reroll, right?
Right.
The clown makeup on my face. But it is what it is.
Die on the weird hills.
Yeah, like it is what it is.
But
like,
I think it really just speaks to the kind of game this is made for. And unfortunately, over time, I just don't care that much. Game is good, but
I just play as much as I want to, and no more than that is where I'm at with it. Like if
it's a game that people should be saying punish them too. Though I don't think that changes anything, but
lol.
This is the game y'all should be trying to punish. Y'all should be like, you know what? How about you've eaten enough?
Andre, it might be time to stop eating.
And the community be getting the most insane whiplash. Imagine you went for the Las Vegas tournament, you loved it. You're like, oh my god, so many cool people, so many waifus.
You're looking forward to it, and then you got this season.
This season. Wait, where's the loot? Where's the balance?
And I think one of the worst parts with how the season progressed was just, I guess, the fake buffs initially. Like they buffed it, and then people are like, there were changes.
And they weren't like buffing daily. They were like buffing like every like 2.5 days.
They didn't buff until like the Monday or the Sunday. Is like okay, but then
they took a bunch of days for the next one.
Yeah, keep in mind they launch on Thursday, not Friday. They launched on Thursday, not Friday. So like that was like 4 days in or 3 days in. They're like, okay, we buff.
I mean, we were both saying, I guess they're no buffing. We both said that.
This is buffed?
I guess they're not buffing us.
And then people were literally like, this is buffed? Huh. Could have fooled me. Yeah, this feels like day one. All right, we just keep playing day one until they actually buff it. These are just theoretical buffs.
Without super high levels of investment and sacrificing other assets.
This person is scrims from last season with Diamond. Oh shit, Diamond would have been insane for it actually. Because 0% base crits, that just solves it.
It's just very difficult. And even with high crit chance.
Actually no, this is not the ball version.
The chance isn't 100%. When that 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 chance of not critting actually happens, it just feels awful and it sucks. Also, because you had to spend 200 ES for each remembrance, and you need 10 of them, the mana issues was a bit of a problem because it felt sort of clunky to spend that much mana and me as someone who's used to playing Essence Drain Contagion or Tornado Shot being 2-button Andy, that was a bit of a problem. So let's see how we can solve these problems with the tools that GGG has kindly given to us this league. So, the main two items are Screams of the Desiccated with the Diamond Shrine buff, and also the Frost Mage support. Now we'll
Alright, let's skip. Wait, what?
get to use another ring without any further downsides since we any more defenses, and also with a new nameless, well, not new anymore.
Skills gain added chaos damage equal to 20% of life cost if life cost is not higher than the maximum you could spend. And then skills gain a base life cost of oh. Oh, that is not bad tech actually. Nameless Ascendancy gives a shit ton of added chaos damage, but that then incentivizes scaling chaos. I don't think there's an easy way to scale elite to chaos too. There isn't any easy ways. Can you get Screams of the, you can't get it anymore. This video is from last season.
Next league though.
Next league we're getting it back, I think, from what they've said. So we'll see.
Andrew said it'll be rare. That's what we needed.
The only Screams of the Desiccated we can currently use is from Reliquarian. GG isn't that nice. Oh no, they said it in the interview. They said it's coming back next season. Like Mirage is coming back next season. They just don't know the form it will take when it comes back. No, they said Mirage is coming back next season. They just don't know the form.
And the belt. I'm just saying the belt.
Yeah. The belt is coming as well.
I'm expecting affliction levels, which means DOA.
Yeah, it's going to be something you can't actually target. It's just, hey, it's in my map. Maybe I interact with it. Lord knows I don't go into Wisp. Like I see that shit and I just
when I'm doing juice
jump and pass.
Like actual like end game juice. Can't be skipping Wisp.
Just jump and pass. Just okay. Exit stage right. I just like my brain fully tunes it out to the point where if I can't tell you how many I see in this season because like I don't know. How many have I seen the past day? I don't know. I don't know if I've seen in the past day. Always doubt, that way you don't get disappointed. That's one way to approach it. I have zero expectation when it comes to the actual Mirage, how that's going to be implemented, but we're going to get Screams of the Desiccated, so I mean I didn't use it and I didn't plan on using it, but it would be cool for certain builds. But yeah, Unlight Silhouette is honestly not bad tech. This also makes it very easy. Actually, does Corrupting Fever even have a mana cost? I think it just has a life cost. Yeah, it just has life cost, so it wouldn't actually benefit from this. It wouldn't gain an extra life cost as a result, but the added chaos is going to be pretty good.
Nameless Bloodline, we get to use another ring without any further downsides.
Can't you just make a skill have a life cost?
Utility flasks, anything.
Can't you just make a skill have a life cost though?
You can make a skill have a life cost with Unlight Silhouette. And you can scale, like you scale the base mana cost to the moon. I guess it's base
mastery.
Yeah, you basically you try to get base mana cost high, and then you could use that in place of like Corrupting Fever. I just don't know what it would be, because like with Corrupting Fever I can just use that with automation and that's doing its own thing, just automatically doing what I need to do, like eating on my ears. Whereas with any other skill, it would have to be instant for it to be paired with automation. But without automation, I'd have to manually press it to cast my ability if it's up to a 2k life cost. Does Legacy of the Rose actually have a mana cost on these skills? That is the next question, because if it doesn't, then that wouldn't do anything. I feel like I'm not seeing a mana cost. Okay, let's check something. What build is this? Oh, this is Sniping's build, I believe. I can tell because of the lightning box hits. All right.
I'm spawning.
Legacy of the Rose. It doesn't have a mana cost, so that actually wouldn't work for it. Unfortunately, unless I give it a mana cost, but I wouldn't be able to scale that to anything.
Mana cost with the rune grabs, right?
Remind me which rune graph you're talking about. I think I knew what you're talking about. Chaos.
I forget the name.
It does something with chaos. I'll just find it. Where are you at? I think it's like Spellbound. Spells have added spell damage equal 30% of the physical damage if you're equipped to hand it. No, that's not it. Or is it? Spells deal added chaos damage equal to 2% of your max life. Spells cost plus 8% of life. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that would pair perfectly then, because it means it would have a life cost. Is there a universe where I can scale this to being 2k, and because it's 2k, I just need to proc Corrupting Fever once, and then it procs itself because now it has a life cost, and that should give me Remembrance? Is there a universe that's the case?
What would can you put Frost Mage on there now?
Yeah, you should be able to put Frost Mage on it.
That would give it a lot of costs. Do you really want to give it those dead links though?
What dead links? Frost Mage is not a dead link.
Frost Mage.
It says supported skills gain added cold damage equal to % of reserve mana. That would be a dead link if I'm not scaling a lot of reserved max mana. But I will be reserving all my mana, so it can push me in a mana stacking direction for this if I go Shaper's Balls, because that's a spell.
I tell you that they fixed the Abyss Timeless not working with certain masteries for recover mana.
Yeah, you did. The one that allowed Indigo, right?
Yeah. Build is still fine, but just can't do the Indigo tech, but that's fine. Winter Orb does a lot of damage, but the clear is kind of lackluster, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, because it doesn't go too far. I mean,
so I'm under leveled, which is not normal for me when I'm drinking.
Yeah. What of Herald of Ice AoE scaling?
I just don't have access to a lot of that right now, but that should be the next thing I should hopefully be making my way to, some Herald of Ice AoE shit.
Yeah. Honestly, this sounds like a cool setup. If we can actually give it enough cost to where it costs 2k life and it starts triggering itself. But then, is there a CD on Remembrance? I don't think so. Oh no, it can't. I see what it did. It specifically says with no shipper memory summoned. So you can't have multiple of them at the same time. So even if it were to cost 2k ES, it would cost it while the memory was there, and as such it wouldn't gain remembrance. So that means even with the corrupting blood variant, wait, so if we can't have multiple shapers, it would have to be a shaper that actually can do, which I think that this was the problem I had with the beam, because that means you only ever have one beam going and that guy is there for a while, for 3 seconds. That was the problem. So once he shoots and you're doing your thing, he's just not going to refire. If we go corrupting fever automation tech, that means even though we're spending 2k every second, it's going to be after Shaper's Despair is done. That is ultimately when he will resummon. So like, let's say it takes 3 seconds for him to go. That is when there'll be like 2 seconds of downtime where I'm just not gaining remembrance. But I don't think it matters because as soon as he's gone, he's back. It does incentivize like having some form of explode. But yeah, I think I remember why I was iffy with it now. Here's on that thing that just came to mind regarding this. I remember seeing a post of someone who hits 100% damage taken from mana before life this season. What if we did this stuff on Luminary? Got 100% damage taken from mana before life because the staff gives Eldritch Battery, and then we use Zealot's Oaths to now scale life regen applying to ES instead of life.
Luminary or Aquarian?
Luminary. Because then we'd go CI, we'd go Eldritch Battery, we would have 1 life, all of the damage goes to our mana, which is covered by ES, and then we still have enough regen. It would be a lot of ES regen to deal with. We would effectively have no regen because we'd be spending like 2k every second, I guess. So we would have to get through the 2k before we can actually start having sustain past that, which would be a lot of investment. That'd be the biggest downside, but we do have a merc that makes it easier to sustain that. Because we would be full ES, we can actually scale like discipline and actually get like really high ES numbers to the point where 2k is like 10% of your health. So it's not that big of a deal to be losing and regaining it every second. Maybe. All theoretical. All theoretical. Okay. I'll figure out if this is something I want to pursue later. I think I have way too many builds I need to POB anyways, so I'm not going to worry about this anytime too soon. Like at the baseline, I know I need to still POB Luminary Reapers. Flame Golem was kind of so-so.
I see you, little mouse.
You want me to POB Hogue?
Belong here.
Yeah, set up your make. Doesn't have to be like a fully fleshed out thing. It's an aspirational.
When I'm ready, I'm not before.
Sure. We'll have to figure out so ascendancies. Well, POB I think now supports the Timeless Jewel, from what I could tell.
Yeah, it does.
You are being selfish.
So it's to get a good ascendancy with Minion Impale. Use replica
Your recklessness
Mata's
will not
teaching.
go unpunished.
Should be a straightforward one. The defensive package might be, it would be block and possibly ES,
This is your final.
because you're going to be top side anyways. So that's probably what it's going to be.
You've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall
Something else I've always wanted to play around with, and I think this Hoag is actually the best, one of the better minions to do it on,
They're
is
coming through.
triple offering Queen's Hunger scaling. Because Hoag actually would care. Well, Hoag doesn't care about flesh offering, never mind. He'll care about spirits. He won't care about bone because it's immortal. But your other minions will really care about bone. But nobody will care about flesh because your DPS doesn't need it. Because he gets more than enough increase from existing with virulence.
But not for long. We need to get back.
You, on the other hand, since you're going Queen's Hunger, will actually benefit a lot from it. Could be something worth exploring, possibly.
That's cool.
behold the face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
Perfect.
Must be stopped.
Dark Reaper.
Destroy.
Come to me.
I need to see if this is this. Yeah, perfect Dark Reapers don't actually eat your other minions, so there's that, and they have their stacking bleed.
Find a way back quickly.
I just don't think. Yeah. When every single time I think about this stacking bleed, I always get the same problem, which is, well, when they get to 16 stacks of bleed, that's kind of it.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lied to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
We need to close this.
I also think, if I remember correctly, the Spectre version also just had wonky AI. But I don't full. I'll have to recheck that.
Irrelevant. I see you, little mouse. You don't belong here.
At some point, I actually need to actually start getting upgrades. Namely, Timeless Jewel. Not Timeless, Cluster Jewel, rather.
Turn back, trespasser. Cease this madness. You tamper with things you do not understand. Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. You force my hand again, little mouse. So be. You've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order. Imperfect.
He's injured, but not for long. We need to get back.
Behold the face of
I think
your
this
unmaking.
weekend I'll probably end up doing a whole lot of POBing. Kind of have to,
Horror must be stopped.
because by next week I want to start working on my next build, whatever it's going to be.
Stay
And I don't know how much time I'd have during the week to POB. So we'll have to figure that out.
Ow.
We need to close this.
Imperfect.
He's recovering. We need to find a way back quickly. When I'm ready, and not before.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save
Designer, the master cartographer.
must be sacrificed.
Stay close.
Irrelevant. Whenever you kill him and he's just completely silent, that's when you know an irrelevant is coming. All right, I need to get water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. We have ads on Twitch going on for an extra minute.
Attacked 5.
Oh, share. GG.
God damn it, I just respawned that town.
What happened? What killed you?
Kataba.
Ooh,
I see.
I was
that's a long
clicking. I
walk.
was just clicking. And, yeah, that's
Long
Ruined
hair.
Square to
Run
Cathedral
along.
Tower, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Back. Can see.
Turn back, trespasser. Cease
I
this.
was like, fuck you, Shirley. I call after this act.
Not a
The
bad
next part
idea.
is like where things actually get fast. Not really for this character, because like I ain't clicking any ascendancy nodes. I'm just gonna do my ascendancy till I'm done, but
Well, you typically pick Ascendancy on Act 5?
no, I just it's
This will
luminary.
not go unpunished.
Now, I mean, why do you say Act 5 it speeds up when, but not for this character if you're not getting
Act 5
Ascendancy?
is, by the time I'm at Act 5, I have all my gems for whatever build I'm playing.
Mm-hmm.
So usually, like, you know, I feel should speed up a little bit by that point.
This
Yeah.
is your final warning.
I know for me, it typically means I'm playing whatever build I typically want to.
So,
Yeah.
you've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order. Insubstantial.
He's trying to recover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
Behold the face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed. Ultimate chaos.
Come to me. They're coming through.
I think this, I should have like how many kills after this? Like maybe 12-ish? Which means I'll have to check how many invitations I currently have on my map device. But we should be like 38-ish kills in at this point, I think. Or thereabouts.
He's recovering. We need to find a way back quickly.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
To me, Exile. Quickly.
I really like what they did with this sound in this fight. And how when you get into Zana's bubble, it just goes very muffled.
Gaze to the abyss. Irrelevant.
Yeah, I have 13 kills to go. I think we put that here. Move this up. Having the blast with your Defiler build also followed your build back into 3.26, and it's great to see your builds still fun. Let's play. I am glad you're having fun. Yeah, Defiler has been a tried and true build, so being able to just blast it again is actually been fun. I'm kind of thinking about what I want my next build to be for the season. Not quite sure yet. Spent a bit of today theory crafted, just theoretical setups. I still have no idea. I think the most prominent is probably going to be Reapers. I'm not gonna do poison though, because I mean the poison shell is a tried and true setup. I feel like throwing Reapers on there would probably work, like getting really high damage DPS with replica matters, but I kind of want to make on hit work with them. I don't know how I would do it. Either that will make bleed work, either or. And then past that, I'm also considering stuff like Chains of Command, among other things. But I think odds are my next character is going to be a Luminary. Very high likelihood that it's going to be a Luminary.
Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. You force my hand again, little mouse. So, you've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order. Gaze into the abyss. Insubstantial.
He's recovering. We need to find a way back quickly.
Once it's up, looking forward to it. Nice. Yeah, we'll see what I end up with. I definitely want my second build to be replicatable, so I will possibly be making a guide on it, which is why I'm leaning away from a Guardian setup I also have in mind, which is that setup is not going to be the easiest to replicate because it's just a concept I find cool, but the pieces it needs are,
Stay close.
let's just say, hard to get. So much so even I don't have them, and I've been looking for it since league start. Pretty much.
We need to close this.
See, that's why I think I'm leaning towards Luminary as the second build. Just need to decide one minion.
Imperfect.
He's recovering. We need to find a way back quickly.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lied to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed.
Come to me.
Irrelevant.
We have 12 more kills to drop this flask. I believe in my RNG. Even though he doesn't believe in me, I believe. I don't think we're going to finish this set today, but I will probably finish it off stream. Hopefully we drop it. Hopefully. The fuck was... Did we aggro there?
Turn back, trespasser. Cease this madness. You tamper with things you do not understand. The touch of God! Your recklessness will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. You force my hand again, little mouse. So you've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order. Gaze to the abyss. Imperfect.
He's trying to recover. Hurry! Let's find a way back.
I just remembered a random unique that actually popped into my mind at some point this week while I was at work. And I should probably look into it a bit more. Probably don't care enough about it to really pursue it, but let's see.
Behold the face of your unmaking.
I'll put it up once I'm done with this fight, if I remember.
Horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed.
I feel like I heard this sound. I don't know if that was from the game.
They're coming through.
Imperfect.
He's recovering. We need to find a way back quickly.
These memories are mine.
All right, while he is RPing, let me pull up the unique real. Well, let me pull up the minion in question.
The past must be sacrificed.
Stay close.
Irrelevant.
All right, this is something else I was thinking about, which is summon skeleton with Iron Mass weapon. The cool part about Iron Mass is you get the advantages. Is it Iron Mass? Yeah, it is, but it's fucking the Iron Mass, isn't it? I hate how when he has the, he just ignores the fact that you typed everything else correctly. Anyways, why this sword I find interesting is it basically does everything that replica it does what replica Mata's teaching would do, except without needing replica Mata's teaching. So you would use this sword, and by using this sword, your skeleton's main hand gets replaced by this. So every modifier that's on this weapon gets basically transferred to your minion, including Unholy Might, the base crits, if you were to give it increased crits through either harvest enchant or maybe a corrupted implicit, that they would get it as well. The flat face they also get. So the reason I was thinking about this is getting a source of triple damage on skeletons could actually be quite nutty. Like, actually, if we can get them a healthy amount of base damage, yeah. So they would actually be a very good source, or subsume the source, because they would inherently have triple damage. I would just need to hit with this weapon, and it's easy to hit with the weapon. I could literally just do Lancing Steel or spraying, and that would take care of that. Unholy Might means they'd already be chaos damage, so I don't have to worry about anything. Because they're Unholy Might, I would also have access to a base bloodline with the Ghastly Eye Jewel with the increased effect of Wither. I assume it works. I could be wrong, but I assume it works. Because I should still be granting them Unholy Might. So this is my first time reading what this skill does. So they just eat corpses. Okay. Anyways, so Gladius plus Lancing Steel of spraying plus big flat damage equal big damage. Now I would probably be using this alongside. I feel like I would want to use Alberon's Warpath personally, because with Alberons I don't have to keep resummoning them; they're permanent. But then Skellies are squishy. That's like the big problem. Skellies are squishy. And because this weapon makes it so you no longer really care about minion level scaling, you just care about, it might be difficult scaling your survivability because we wouldn't be getting as much base life. Because while they don't have the most life scaling, that's one of the things levels really contributed. One of the few things they really contributed, at least. So like 2k base life, that would have gone a long way. Only way I can see them surviving long enough for them to be worth using Alberons. I see. Now I might be thinking too hard about this. Maybe I can even use the flame golem shell I had, what I made, for this, in that I could use intuitive link on my main DPS, on my merc. So he would summon my skeletons for me. I don't have to care about that. It's -1 link. Then I just have to worry about leap slamming and auto attacking. It's probably not a bad idea, to be honest. and then just stacks. You subsume the flesh, subsume the source helmets, give them a bunch of like flat fizz. I don't need to convert, so ES gloves, ES boots, ES chests, stack specters. Like I said, we'd probably go for wither effect because that would actually be huge. But I'm pretty sure skeletons give something here. They give increased spell damage. No, we don't care about that. Is there a universe this could be the shell for actually using Death Offering? Base crit wise, they wouldn't have the best base crits. Yeah, there really isn't that many like corrupted mods I'd want. The odds are just be an enchantment angle. But at the same time, $5.25 isn't. I don't know that it's worth scaling. I don't know that's worth scaling. Skeletal atrophy. What does that do again? That's when I need to remember what it does, because I feel like it might be useful here. Chance for wither and phase converts. I don't care about the phase converts. Chance for wither could be good. When would this actually be useful? I guess this could be useful if I were not using Unholy Might, because this is basically unholy might, but like with percent effects without converts. So I guess I would stack 3 of these to get 90% converts. Probably call that a day at that point, if I'm being honest. Doesn't Dead Reckoning still exist? Which is gain added chaos equal to max ES on your equipped shield. That is not a bad jewel. That is not a bad jewel. But what is the highest amount of ES we can get on a shield? This is a question for I know just who to ask, because I know they looked into it. Are they online? Please tell me they're online. Oh yeah, they are. Cool. What shield were you looking at for Dead Reckoning scaling? I'm assuming it's the 30% qual one. 30%. Because there's a yeah, I figured. So there is one. I forgot the name. Emperor's Vigilance. It gets up to 30% quality, I think. Yeah, 40% quality rather. And with 40% quality, if I do 40, will it change the ES? I think it did. 400.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Did you step out or did you doze off?
I stepped out to water my plants.
Alright.
Just do some chores.
More stats than ages. Did you compare to rare? Because rares could have a decent amount, but now we have something to compare it to. The highest ES base should be titanium, I think. So if we just go max T1, which is not realistic, but let's just do it. Let's see what the theoretical highest is. $505 versus $539. So this is already, you know. This is still higher. Though this shield is going to be a problem for what I wanted my build to look like. That means I basically have to go life base if I'm going this setup. But this makes it so Dead Reckoning. I already have Dead Reckoning in there. Let's get to a socket, whatever socket. Then I go summon skeleton. It gives it 162 flat chaos. Is it worth it? Actually? Without the armor, but the bypass ES means it can't be used on a full ES setup. It does give you a whole lot of ES to start with though, at the very least. But 162 flat, how much would a subsume actually give them in terms of chaos? I guess let's find out. We should have one here if this POB can actually respond. Control C, Control V. Let's say theoretically we did. Honestly, it's probably better to just do Fizz, because we regardless we'd be converting, right? Well, for archers maybe not, but for skelly warriors, yeah. We'd be looking at 300 to 500 addition flat Fizz on a very high road one. Yeah. Yeah, that's not worth it by comparison. That being said, it is still a hundred and what? 162 extra on top of that, and like we just want a lot of flats as it is, or as it stands. How does Ivory Tower work again? I forget. ES damage is taken from mana before life. Regen ES per second. Max ES per reserved life. So you reserve life, you get more ES. Why would you want that? If you were to stack it would still make stuff bypass. Like, you can't block 100% of hits, that's for sure. I feel like that would make you very squishy. Wouldn't reserving life for Ivory make you squishy? Or you planned on using dissolution? Your shield makes it so unblocked hits always bypass, regardless of damage type. So Ivory wouldn't help with the Fizz or Ellie. Ah, I see. A chunk of unreserved life since getting to 100% mom takes a lot of investment. Wasn't there an easy way to make minions aggressive for skellies? I forget. For golems there is. For skellies, I don't quite remember. There's the aggressive one, which would be mandatory for any skelly build, I think. More of mischief is a no. This is obviously a no because they're not golems. Feeding frenzy is a no. Well, it's a yes until then. So I guess there isn't any easy way, but this would be mandatory is what that means. For any skelly build, can move aggressive from more to another unique. Honestly, that might be the play. But what uniques would we want to hit? We don't care about Baron. What is a general dropple minion unique? Unique items, helmets. Skullhead? Maybe. Probably. I mean, we don't need levels because Gladius, so we don't need levels. So it's not like we're missing out on damage from the helmets, but this is a helmet. Would be good for capping their block though. Devourer Minds is Elder, so it doesn't drop anywhere. Ancient Skull would honestly not be bad. Ancient Skull would probably be the best option here, because they can very easily use this, and we can scale max power charges for their crit and actually go crit scaling in that case. I forget what tier uniques are. Let's say tier unique. Helmets. Ancient Skull. Is it tier 4 unique? So what is competing with Ancient Skull? Crown of the Pale King, Curtain Call, Crown of Thorns, Eber's Unification, Eye of Malice. There's a healthy amount of them, so this would definitely take quite a few tries, but it is an option. It is an option. Or I guess you could go Ancient Skull on something else as well. But at that point, there aren't too many options. I wouldn't want to go Hallowed Monarch because I wouldn't want to be able to link to my skeletons because that would just kill me. But yeah, aggressive on Ancient Skull might honestly be the best play. I don't know if anyone has made it already. Let's see. Minions, aggressive, implicit, I believe. Or is it enchant? It should be implicit. Yeah. Ancient Skull. Holy. What build? Pressing put up for 100 D Lamau. I just go for it myself in that case. But it's not a bad one. Like I don't think this is unrealistic. I'll need to figure out the whole Legion thing. But it's honestly not a bad idea. Ragecaster Eternal Apple for Perma Vengeful Cry. What skill? Oh. Vengeful Cry for retaliation? Or what do you mean? Or what's the plan? Sounds good. Will do. Lyricasts can kind of be meme to use. Yeah, but like I guess for a skeleton setup in terms of helmets, is there nothing better? We don't care about levels. So at that point, I feel like a rare helmet would honestly be pretty good. So aggressive minion 1 is probably the base outcome. But can we even use wands? We can't use wands with swords. So that is not really an option. So we do have to go for Ancient Skull plus minions are aggressive. I think we do. I think Vestigials would actually make this build very comfy. But that being said, do they have a CD on... They have a 2-second CD on their blink. I think that's fine. Two-second CD is honestly not bad. And realistically, if I really wanted to, I could go for the cooldown mastery to make it slightly quicker. Then all I would need to do as a player is I can use live gain on hits with what the fuck is the name? Lancing Still of Spraying. That's the guy. I can use live gain on hits, Lancing Still of Spraying, to make sure I just hit or just, you know, leap slam, stuff like that. Crafting a multi-link helmet with 2 pearls of water. You see, the problem with that is like that is going to be fucking pricey because so many people are doing helmet stuff. And like also, you can do that with the Crest of Desire helmet because quality is equal to max skellies. So you just be getting max skellies for your troubles. But in order for skellies to actually use their dash, which they have, they need to be aggressive, which is why we need aggressive is as important as it is. So let me think. So we have minions are aggressive helm that we have to make. We'll have Gladius plus this shield most likely, or maybe a Giga rare shield. Plus Emperor's Vigilance, Fireborn. For 500 ES and a bunch of armor. We would have Unholy Might, but we have a whole fuck ton of phase. We are Luminary. So alongside this, we can have a Merc that is scaling either Envy effects. Are there other sources of Envy on like does something like Staff have Envy effects? It doesn't look like Envy effect is anywhere. Yeah, there's no Envy effect. I guess generic aura effect would be what that would want. But as it stands, I would have no source of envy. So that's just free game for my Merc. So that's envy. So sources of flat we're given is... I really wanted to use Subsumed. I just remembered. Do we just take the L and use Feeding Frenzy as our source of aggressive? Wait, but nah, it won't work. Minions are aggressive is a minion wand thing on Delve. It wouldn't show up on any other base type. Bro. Oh, double S. Okay. Yeah, it wouldn't show up on any other base type. I don't think I can recomp it to other base types because I can only recomp ones and other ones. Yeah, I really wanted to use Subsumed. So I guess the question is Subsumed worth... Do I sacrifice one support gem for Subsumed? Or do I just go Subsumed and say fuck it? Alright, we could just add Deconic in game. Holy. Wait, so this is a +3 levels glove with more attack and cast speed. So basically a 3 link plus the 4, of course. So that's 7-ish plus 2 pearls of Sawata. Oh yeah, plus level does affect empower. Fair. So your empower would effectively give 4 levels, and your minion will gain 3 directly from the gloves. So that is 7 plus 7 levels. Plus a support gem in more attack cast speed. The 3 supports in there, and then 4 supports from your rings. Oh, that's pretty fucking dope. Now those are gloves. I wonder if the game is going to let me use Awaken Trade on this. Kind of curious what the base looked like. Yeah, GG. Congratulations. What minion are you thinking of using? I think I still want to use Subsumed. I think I would definitely want to. Forge Frostbearer so you can walk around in those maps. Yeah, those levels will make them significantly tankier than they typically are. But I would say we're kind of worried about their survivability in Valdo maps. Like if you're going for like really juice Valdo maps, that's the one thing I'd watch out for. Make sure you are paying attention to, like on PoB, what your Forge Frostbearers look like defensively. You don't want a situation where you end up dying or something. 450 mil DPS, that would be insane. I guess if you just don't go for like map mods that have like direct damage that can kill your Frostbearers, you should be fine. In theory, of course. I kind of don't want to give up a support gem. That's like the big thing. I don't want to give up the support gem because depending on how I go with this, I might already be giving up a support gem already. So giving up 2 seems a bit so-so. But compared to getting how much flat was that? 500? That is so much flat though. Like every time I look at this, like that's so much flat. But I really do worry about the skeleton survivability. If I want to make them permanent, I just don't see how they survive. I guess I do see how they survive long term, because I'd be summoning like 2 every second, roughly. If I use links to keep them alive. Like by comparison, if I were to go added chaos, it's going to be half of that damage added, and this is support gem that I'll likely use. So the helmet is like 2 support gems or by itself. So it's worth giving up Feeding Frenzy. Or it's worth having Feeding Frenzy on there. Okay. By the end of it, you're going to have like 1,000 flats. Which means the best way to skill them will be increased damage which is where we get 12 passive clusters from. And we'll get from 12 passive clusters, and more damage which we'll get from support gems. So in the way of support gems, I think what we're going to end up doing is likely an Unetal's Vow, just so he gets one more support gem. With Iron Mass. Which will, of course, be like as high road as we can get. Ideally with the corrupted implicit of like attack speed or something. I don't think weapon range is going to do anything. I guess melee hits having a chance to fortify will make them tankier, because then they would have fortify. Is there a universe I can scale crits with this? They would have Unholy Might. It has Unholy Might, so we can't take advantage of Impale or anything like that from the face side of things. And a base 5 crits, I don't think it's worth trying to scale that either. Yeah, I think odds are I'm actually just going to use a regular ES shield instead of this. But this would be so expensive to craft in the current season. It's going to be crazy. Whereas this guy makes it so it's very easy to get capped block, but block loses its value because you're taking some of the damage from it, as well as the fact that it is incentivizing life instead of ES. So those reasons make it very, very rough for me, because I would ideally like to go full ES, because by going full ES, I mean, there's a plethora of things we could do.
I'm back. I am back.
Welcome back. Actually, do we go Unetos or do we go Ashes? Ashes will be +1 max. And probably some extra on top of that. A part of me is also considering Dialas, but I think that would be greed. what are ways to get maximum skellies? It's probably just quality stacking. Aside quality, we have obvious nodes like these, and I think a rare helmet also has, but I'm not using a rare helmet, so yeah, I think low key or high key I'm against using this shield at its core. It could get around 1.1 mil plus 45k ES, then basic block. Oh, 115k. Is that with or without minion damage? Because minion damage might be something you consider removing at that point, so they are a bit so that they are a bit tankier, if you will. Ashes plus blue socket plus base. Yeah, that would be 20% quality. That would be 60%, so that would be 3 extra skellies. Yeah, that would probably just be good, because if DLRs would then be 1 extra from there, which is greed, I think. But Ashes I think is worth. And the extra level makes it so they are actually a bit tankier at the very least. But skipping out on Unetals, that's also so. So we'd be going for +1 Spectre chests. We'd be getting envy from our merc, so that's fine. Which means our merc, I mean, there's no envy effect, so we don't need to care about that. What mercs have envy? I guess let's start from there. It's just Crew Mistress, really. So we'd be using a Crew Mistress that has envy. Do we need a source of wither from them? We could try to stack Despair Curse effects. That would be Syrian Exarch getting up to 23%, it looks like. Well, higher than 23%, like 20 something percent. It looks like it's just Syrian Exarch, but that's just specifically Despair. With generic curse effect, where can we get that? Wait, you know, wait, I thought you were anoint. Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, you know, it's the freaking small notes. Oh, it's also different wording, but yeah, there are. curse. Shields also have curse effect crafted. Amulet has Searing Exarch, which means we can use, I think, Impresence for this. So we can really use her to juice Despair curse effects, potentially. Redeemer Shield have increase effects. Delve is the biggest source. Passive tree, this can be anointed, as we saw. This is like the only anoint that actually gives that. Uniques. What is this unique? Glorious Vanity? Oh lol. Replica Dodri's Damins. Use an Anathema and pair it to Dodri's Damin. And instead of using any rare shield, you can just easily use that Series Reflection. Okay. So then that would give us a fair amount of increased curse effects, which is how we would take advantage of actually having a mercenary. So that and alongside Envy. For the chest piece, we'd be going for aura effects. We go for aura effect where we can, and then curse effect where we can. Searing Exarch seems to be competing on body armor, so we would, when in doubt, you go for curse aura effects, because that's bound to be a bit more impact. Or not, maybe not, but maybe not. We'll see. There are very few sources of aura effects, so that'd be very impactful, I think. At least sources that would affect mercs. And then we would go for a Strangle Gasp so that we can actually anoint this alongside like Charisma, Influence, just so we can get a bit of curse effect or aura effects. And I think Sovereignty has a bit of extra effect compared to the other one. So those will be our 4 anoints. For our merc, at least. So that means our merc is going to need amulets at a minimum. I don't think he needs any. Well, Crew Mistress can use staves, and because you can use staves, it would probably just give you. There's a few things we can do here. We can give you a King of Kulemak with Explode, and then just have you use. Wait, does Gravebind have ints requirements? I feel like it does not. So you wouldn't be able to use Gravebind, which makes it a moot point. Yeah, you can't use Gravebind, so never mind. That doesn't work. In that case, we would just give you a Dying Breath, I think. Because I don't think there's any mods on staves I care about. There's no Envy mod you'd be getting. I don't care about Zealotry. Like maybe you can donate, what's it called? Like maybe you can donate Wither effect, maybe, but like, yeah, I don't know. My minions are going to be dealing with her anyways. But yeah, I think we give her the unique stuff, Dying Breath. So now we'd be getting a whole bunch of flat from here, flat from Envy, flat from Dark Dead Reckoning, and then of course the flat that comes baseline. Trying to get Merc Drink campaign is a nuisance, not worth the time. Yeah, I think for what's it called? For mercenaries, at least as a luminary, you just kind of have to take whatever you find and you can't worry about gear too much, otherwise, yeah. Wait, is that who is? Oh, it's lit. Yeah, what merc were you hunting for? 3 since they appeared in Act 3. Well, the bright side is they are leveling up with you, so it's not like their skills are getting like outpaced. But you do want, I think if I remember correctly, you can't give them gear that is past a certain level and stuff like that. So if you're trying to give them a specific piece of gear, then yeah, you might want to hunt for the one you're using. But is this in addition to your build, or are you rolling a merc carry build? Merc will be a support. What's your main DPS? Sanguine Mansa. Are those the ones that have pride? I think they are, right? The one you mentioned earlier. Yeah. And I assume they can use stave, so you can actually get well caster weapons, so you can actually scale pride effects. Yeah, makes sense. What are the anoints I said? Charisma. Profane, I think I said. That's the one. Influence. Sovereignty. Then the merc will have body armor. Yes. Could be Twilight, could be something else. Exarch Eater. With Exarch being non-curse aura. Pinnacle boss, 36%. For MV effect. And then Eater will be something a whole lot more chill. I don't know what it is yet, but something. Probably Fizz taking as. Yeah, what did you say? I made the mistake of leveling as a Sunder, which I am terrible at. I should have stuck to my game plan, routed to minion nodes and gone dumb blow or something. I mean, you technically can still do it, you just need a bit of gold. And honestly, now that you mentioned Sanguine Manta, that's probably not a bad idea if I wanted to scale a Fizz, like Fizz Reapers. I don't think those guys have any amount of... What's your base damage effectiveness? Probably not. Is it actually? I should be looking at someone Reaper, I think, because I can't see those guys. 50%, 150, 50. Many of these are 100. Yeah. I don't think that's enough to make me want to scale phase and do impale and pride or rush shenanigans. So what build are you going for? Wait, are you on trade now? Is this technically your trade league starts? My body armor would probably be rare, gloves would be rare, boots would be rare. Luminary instead of Witch. Yeah, that was what I was going to do if I were to go a Reaper build. We need to solve Sustain, which I think is the biggest advantage of Witch over the other. But yeah. Alberon's Warpath for Skellies. Wait, there's a Farborn that has increased int. I didn't know that. Good to know. Very good to know. It just means we'll be going for a corrupt here with like max endurance charges or something. Luminary is so rough if you decide you do not want to go... If you want to go a bloodline, there's so much you want from these points. Like, I'd have to give up on Link, potentially, if I want to explore these guys. But I think that's also kind of fine, realistically. I'm using a shield this time. Recover 5% of life on minion. Actually, I can get this on the medium cluster. Let's use Convocation. Okay. We have the shell of our build. We can do 12 passive clusters. Remove Vicious Bite and put something else, but for now, let's just remove it. Let's just leave it blank. I feel like CI is the play here. I would like to go CI, but I don't know that I'm getting enough ES for that to be worth it. Because I'd be getting ES from 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, 6 from the ghastly eye jewels or something.
Have a good night.
Good night.
See you tomorrow.
Sounds good. I'll be on. I don't know when I'll be on. I'll be on earlier, and then I would have to go out for something and then be back. I don't know when. We'll see. Good night. Oh yeah, they do use greater multi-strike. If we can get an explode AG setup going, which I think we can, then we shouldn't have to we are not going to need to switch to melee splash. I don't want poison, man. I really don't want poison in this setup. What is the max count? 9. Oh yeah. We need that. And we need Lord of the Dead Anointed. That puts me at 11. Allows me to go 11 for regular summon skellies. That gives me triple damage, literally, which is always nice. And that doesn't interact with poison, so that gets that goes all the way down, which I'm more than happy with. I was thinking intuitive link potentially. Maybe. Maybe. Which would mean I would need my crew mistress to actually hit quickly. But the idea here is they're squishy, they're going to die. I might as well have it auto summoning and not have to worry about that. That way I can focus on Leap Slam, Lancing, Still of Sprain, etc, etc. I think we need return proj on it. Fires 14. Is there anything else that is typically gotten on Lancing Steel setups that I might be missing? Oh yeah, I do need to path to Resolute Techniques. That I forgot briefly. Now I remember. Is there any other advantages I can get from hitting? Probably not. Probably not. I think I already said rings, right? Why is this reducing my damage? I feel like it's not meant to, because sure, supported spells deal less damage, but Skelly's attack, because that was the whole tech around why Raise Zombies of Fallen can be paired with Arcanist Brand. Because I'm just going to do this. Yeah, supported. Oh, Arcanist Brand says support spell skill, so this is this spell skill. So the rest of it doesn't apply. Is that different from Intuitive Link? I assume so. No, it's not. It's actually not different. Support spell skills. So if wait, if I go Arcanist Brand, I suspect, yeah, the attack. It's an attack. And I distinctly remember Arcanist Brand working for Raise Zombie of Fallen, because it supports spells. It's basically supported skills, support spell skills. They deal less damage, but because they attack, it doesn't apply. I can pull up the video actually. That's the easiest way to do this. What's it called? Surgeon General. PoE Surgeon General.
That summoning the zombies is considered a spell, but the damage dealing portion of their skill is...
I'm glad I have watched this video so many times that it's literally just on the place I needed it to be on.
And the fact that summoning the zombies is considered a spell, but the damage dealing portion of their skill is a minion attack.
Oh, it says cannot modify the skill of minions for the support parts. Is that important? It does say that. Cannot support skills used by totems, traps, or mines, but it can support. Okay, so that's the difference, I think. It doesn't say cannot modify the skills of minions.
So the gem, but note that the zombies themselves use an attack and not a spell. So the gem does not support their damage dealing ability, and therefore the less damage multiplier does not apply. The whole interaction works because of the specific wording on the multipliers and the fact that summoning the zombies is considered a spell, but the damage dealing portion of their skill is a minion attack.
So if I'm understanding this properly, summoning the zombie is a spell, so it works. But because the support cannot modify the skill of minions, none of these is applied to the minion skill. Whereas with intuitive link, it can, but then still it says supported spells. Unlike Arcanist brand, which says supported skills deal reduced damage, yada yada yada. This says supported spells, but skeletons use an attack, so that shouldn't be applied. Like, all the same. Because the minion inherits this modifier, so the supported spell is going to deal less damage. But the difference is there is no spell that to deal less damage, unless we were using like skelly casters, which would be valid, but we aren't. We're using skellies. So I will ask questions about this, and we'll see what I get as an answer. But I suspect its POB is wrong here, and it shouldn't reduce the damage. That's my suspicion. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm hoping for, at least. Anywho, if that's the case, if that's not the case, then we will still use intuitive link. If I'm being honest, like, that's still gonna happen. Val summons Skelly. They can be up near perma. Summons 22 Skellies, but you can only have a max of 39 up. $22, $31, $36, $37. So it summons 37 skeletons at the same time, so you can have to carry over into the next one. Probably want to scale a bit of duration, maybe. Unnatural Instinct. Light of Meaning. This gives us a whole lot of ES at least. Honestly, let's do this as well. But would rather have the ES regen. When during bond, I think they last near 1 minute. I mean, my goal is to use Alberon, so they should be permanent. It's the Vow Summon Skellies I'm more worried about, just so they don't insta delete, you know? But if I'm to replace one of these with like Feeding Frenzy, oh, I'll deal with this one once I'm actually done dealing with this guy. Feeding Frenzy. I guess it's not the worst. It could be a swap out for Ruthless support, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, Valsamon Skelly have a duration for the warriors, and they're not limited to just one, of course. So that's like the big difference there. Honestly, let's do this. Bro, what? Okay. And then now that it's there, we can use optimize sockets. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We Feeding Frenzy, swapping out for, let's say, Rootless. Or we can use 12 Skellies. Oh, yeah, because we just optimized this. So that's one more Skelly. I think for now, let's plan around Feeding Frenzy being here, because this is what we're going to be, for the most part, mapping with and all that. You'll have 15 Wither stacks, because Unholy Might. Already at 1.18. Holy. Then we're going to use an Anime Guardian. And Raise Spectres. With Summon Golem. Summon Stone Golem, probably. And I want to say Feeding Frenzy, but let's do Empower for now. Put them in boots so I can just optimize real quick. if I can get an Empower 4, that kind of solves the situation. So then my Spectres will be able to my Spectres would be able to get the extra one. Then as far as Spectres go, we would have a max of it's not showing. Guardian Turtle 5. Cool. Just wanted to be sure. So we have 5 Spectre cap. Okay. Let's fill these out for now. We'll probably have other places we want to spend it on, like spell block. Probably get there. But we haven't added envy as a source yet, and all the envy effect we're going to be getting from our merc. I wish there's an easy way to add merc. But the reality of the situation is I kind of have to just throw on envy on something. Maybe I'll do it on the Gladius. Iron Mass. Edits. Custom. Grants level 25 envy. Then we come here, we go merc. Envy has no reservation. Then we would deal with the merc's aura effects once we fill out the merc's situation as well. I think if I remember correctly, merc's envy is better than player envy to even begin with. So whatever the effect we end up at is going to be more damage, but I'd rather underestimate my damage and overestimate it. So we'll go from there. AG is going to be an explode AG to make Claire feel very smooth. Do we have any sources of flat we haven't added? We have envy. So that's a lot of flat we're getting from all these different sources. Keep in mind, this shield is still unrealistic, so let's adjust the shield, shall we? Like, unless we get like a good corruption. Actually, yeah, unless we get like a good corruption, which I think will be expensive. Like if we do... I guess we could just dense fossil spam titaniums. Bruh. Oh shit. It's not as bad as I thought. Okay, so we can get a pretty good fracture is what that means for not too pricey of a base. So we can see increase is actually pretty high. We'll leave it at like 104 or something, or let's just put it slightly lower. Then for the other two, once this is fractured, these two become way easier. I don't think there's any essence I'd want to spam, so it's literally just dense fossil spamming or until you get two, which should be not too expensive. I guess we could do Loathing for increased chance to block, but we're trying to get as much ES as we can for the flats for minions. I guess we could do increased minion damage on a differential, but then we'll have less ES as well. Let's just juice ES. Increased minion damage you can get from other sources. Like at this point we have 400%. It's probably okay, an okay start. Like let's juice flats. What skill level with when you go luminary? I don't think I've thought that far ahead. But if I had to like guesstimate, I'd go in minion skill. I'd probably do if I'm leveling, if I'm building a Skelly character, I'm going to use Skellies. But if I'm not building a Skelly character, then I'd probably do like Absolution or what's a good minion to twink as? SRS is decent for a while. I would go until basically I do SRS slash Skellies until level 33, and then I'd go full Spectres from dead till end game. That's what I would twink as. I'll just use Rate Lord from level 30 something, 33. Probably use Perfect Hydras as my Spectres of choice if I can afford it. Oh no, one perfect and the others are just regular Hydras rather. Not all perfects. Okay, so we have these two in more realistic spots. Then for suffixes, that is going to be a lot easier. Is there a universe where we can shape or exalt with Allflame and get chance to block, chance to recover ES? I would hope so, but there's no guarantees. But anyways, we tried to reforge a res. Let's just say fire res in this case, and then we'd shape or exalt for ES on block, ideally, just to have a bit more sustain. That would be ideal. And if we don't get it, then we just keep trying to reforge defense until we do get it. I think defense is fine. Reforge life, recover life is the one that's a problem. That's the one that's a problem. And we can always, there are ways we can do it. There are definitely ways. We don't have to worry too much about it. So we're at 3 mil DPS already. Granted, this is a high budget setup. We are using an int, a pure int merc, so we're going to need pure int gear. Helmets. Nearby enemies have -2. Ooh. Crown of the Tyrant is something she can use. For the flats chaos and the flats and the -res. And then my AG is going to use a Mask of the Stage Demon because I'm going full ES, so he can use that. But Crown of the Tyrant is definitely a good one here. Then we need to worry about a bit about sustain. Also auras. Discipline aura 100%. We have Vow summon Skelly, so we're not going to do Vow Discipline. So we go Discipline, we don't need any offensive auras. So we just do that, we do Purity maybe. makes res significantly easier. Then from there we go Tempest Shield. What else do I want to go? Actually, let me not beat myself because I just realized that has a strangle gasp. It has way more reservation efficiency than I might have, i.e. from this guy. So that's unique helmet, and that completes the Merc's gear. Nearby enemies res. Let's see if it works. Can I just say this feature is a fucking godsend? This add mod feature. Shit is insane. I love it. And then nearby allies. Chaos. Yeah, that guy. If I just go nearby allies, it should work. All right, that didn't work. Let's just go minions. Oh. I see the problem. There. Is it per white? Okay, that was the problem. So that's Crown of the Tyrant. Then she would also go Dying Breath, which is nearby enemies curse. I guess the game, it doesn't know that I have a curse yet. So that's probably why I'm not seeing a difference. So if I go despair. Yeah, cool. That works. That actually works. Then nearby allies deal 18%. That's the one. All right, let's try to space this out. Envy, Aura, Cruel Mistress, Crown of the Tyrant, Dying Breath, I think we said we're going. We can't go for the increased curse effect shield. What we can do, replica Dodri's damning for the increased effect of curses, and then anathema to nullify the downside. This also means I can use curse on hit gloves to put like punishments. Something along the lines of Asenath. Asenath will actually be pretty decent. But going for gloves is no longer really an option if I want to maintain links. So there is that small problem. Because I'd have gone Fireborn Asenath for punishments. But I guess we'll just go for rare gloves and boots. This is where we try to scale some level of what's it called, tank and regen for the merc, because we can get some increased life regen here. Oh, what up, Richter? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Ooh, our belt is also empty. We'll figure our belt out later. We don't have any more ascendancy points anyway, so it's all going to be rare, unless we see like an insane aura effect belt node or something. For my main character, on the other hand, we can do Essence of Fear into T1 increase ES. If I can get this fractured, it would be a lot more chill. If not, is there anything here that's like wither? No, but my merc can have intimidate gloves, which is actually huge. Intimidate on hits. Did I just say intimidate? The fuck? Yeah, intimidate on hits. Because Cruel Mistress whatever I get will be able to hit in some way, shape, or form. Probably Soul Rend or Reaping. Maybe don't use Dark Bargain. I don't know if she can sacrifice my skellies, but I guess we'll find out. And if she is, then this would be a brick. But this hits. Forbidden Right is also a hit source. Fireborn Gentle Touch has punishment instead of temp chains, maybe an option. I thought about that, but the problem is I've kind of run out of ascendancy points, so I don't think I can do that anymore, which is the unfortunate part. What build am I cooking? Honestly, it's just skellies. Summon skelly, perma summon skellies is kind of the idea here. Yeah, I'm out of ascendancy points. I can't really go for more uniques, and the uniques I currently have are very, very good. Like replica Dodris for, well, I guess I could technically skip the gloves, the rings. Or if I skip the rings and I replace it with like gloves, I would not have a source of extra curse unless I change my Twilight to like an influence chess piece. But then if it's influenced, then that's a problem, because the moment it's influenced, that just automatically means I can't get what's it called, aura effects on the chest, which is big. How do you make them perma? You use Oberon's Warpath. They make it so this is the non-Val, by the way. This doesn't apply to Val Skellies, but non-Val Skellies, Skelly warriors are permanent and follow you. But each time you cast the skill, you only get one warrior. Holy. You're playing around with Legacy of the Rose for the plus levels? Or you just want to play around with the stuff? Shaper's Ire is, I think, the beam. I think. Yeah, the plan is to go Luminary. Go full ES. Oh, okay. Why are you trying to 6-link it then? Just for shits and giggles? I guess you could always divine it to see if you hit a skill you care about. For the love of the game, Lamau. Yeah, it's basically shits and giggles. Aspect is the last thing I would try to add, which would probably be on my gloves if I'm being honest. And I would just add aspect of the... Oh, hey! Remember how I mentioned aspect of the, what's it called? Of Arakali? Where you need a build where you hit frequently to apply Wither. But then you apply Wither to yourself. What if you're CI? You don't give a fuck about that? But then you get a shit ton of life recovery rate for it? Y'all remember how I said that earlier in the stream? Well, this might be a good build to use it on, honestly. Because that means we get easy 45% life recovery rate, which I think would then apply to ES recovery rate thanks to Zealot's ult over at the top left corner. That is worth considering, actually. Let me think. Let me see for a fact that it works. POB, you haven't lied to me yet. Let's see. So we go Zealot's ult. That gives me up to 500 ES regen. Actually, thought I had this selected already. I did not. If I go 45% increased life recovery rates. It doesn't work. It only converts life regen. God damn it. All right. Duly noted. But are we sure about that? I'd trust POB on this one. So Arkali's a bust. Let's do what we came here for then. Aspect of the spider. And then 4 stacks. That's like the only offensive aura we can use. So might as well do that. Merc Curse. While we're here, we might as well make the Merc's glove. Merc. Syrian Exarch, Eta Worlds. Best bet is Intimidate. But let me just check what else is there. Yeah, Intimidate. I could go for a really high chance for Intimidate. But, I mean, odds are we just go for a bottom row when a unique enemy is in your presence. Is there anything on the Eater of Worlds side that I would like? Please have something. With that, you inflict expire slower. I don't really care about that. My minions are the source of my wither primarily. Blind effect, impale on hits, aggravate bleeding on hits, on targets you hit. This could be a good option for Reapers, by the way, Lit, if you're not already looking into this. Chance to aggravate bleeding, so long as you have that one big Reaper that can apply the big bleed. Could look into that potentially. Or if you have bleed in any capacity at least. Yeah, there's nothing here I would care for, so I just go for like maybe chaos damage leech. Something like that, maybe. My rings would be minion damage rings, bone rings. I'd probably go for one gloam ring with minion damage, minion attack cast speed. Then whatever attribute I use to craft this, so that would probably end up being sorrow. So sorrow until attack speed on a fractured base, and then finish with ES benchcraft mana costs. Something like that. I'm pretty sure I have more than enough suffixes to fill up my res as well, so that's also a really good, really good thing. We'll basically do the same thing for a bone ring. I kind of don't want to remake the ring, but like whatever. Bone ring this time. Minion damage. Minion attack cast speed. There. Dex. Bro. Then max ES and benchcraft mana costs, and those make up the 2 rings. Belts. With how much flat we have, I mean, we still go Darkness and Throne until we're ready for a Mageblood swap. But yeah, we can do Darkness and Throne with basically cap that, and then we'd fill it with jewels. Dude, what the fuck? Can you... What is going on here? It is annoying me. The hell? Energy shield, high priority, minion flats, fizz. We can do minions deal increased damage, or we can go for attack cast speed. But for now, we'll leave this as a 2 module. For now. We're currently at 7k ES. I need a source of endurance charges. I just remembered. Enduring composure, get in here. So I would be using endurance charges. I also need to figure out support specters. Haven't thought that far ahead. Because these are skeletons, so we can't use... Oh my god, this is the perfect time! We can actually use judgmental spirits. Because she has flat damage buffs for skellies specifically. Yeah, 12.6. Because she gives even more flat chaos. I think she also gives flat fire as well. Where is she? Judgmental spirit, skeleton buff. There it is. Fire min, chaos min. 175 chaos max, 292. So yeah, really good for the from the judgmental spirit. The going there. She gives skeletons specifically flat damage, perfect. But she also does the offerings. Yes, it doesn't affect skeletons or our skeletons. Her offerings affect her. Bro, POEDB, now is not the time. Wait, what? Huh? Side-eye? Okay. Ally skeletons deal additional fire and chaos damage with attacks. That's the buff. It just affects ally skeletons. And it's a very healthy amount of added damage. So definitely perfect judgmental spirits. They aren't constructs, so we can't do anything like perfect Hulky miscreation. But we can do onslaught, so perfect forest warrior, 100%. Who else? We can do haste tiger if we really cared for it. Defensively, we have guardian turtle, so we have armor. We have ES already from because we are running discipline. We aren't going crit, so pain artist does nothing. We could do frenzy charges because they are permanent, but I'm not the most comfortable with that. So maybe not. We'll see. Warlord or Carnage Chieftain. Yeah, I'm thinking of Carnage Chieftain, but like I'm not sure if I'm the most comfortable with Carnage Chieftain because I expect them to die, if I'm being very honest. I expect them to die, but I expect them to be respawned. So like with this setup, we should be spawning 8 skeletons every 4 seconds, roughly. Because we have our Luminary doing her thing. I do need to work out mana cost though. I'm not worried about Arena Master is kind of Because Arena Master is not a permanent aura, it is a temporary one, and it's worse than Carnage Shifting, I would say. Unless you're talking about the what's their face? Spectral Leader with the action speed, we could consider that one potentially. Oh, I forgot to remove Stone Golem. Stone Golem get out. Stone Golem get out. Stone Golem get out, and Stone Golem get out. Cool. We have 2 current. Bro, I didn't save. Perfect. Forest Warrior. Add save. Nizaki had full uptime. It's temporary, but it's because it's always around him. Because it's always around him, it doesn't matter. I guess when it's based on him who and he is always up, compared to based on being applied to the skeleton who might die. Does that make sense? Like if you put a frenzy charge on a skeleton, the ones that get resummoned don't have it, but because it's on the spectral leader, even if I resummon a skeleton right now, they can have the buff because the spectral leader has it and he's alive. That's, I think, the difference. Now I'm not going spectral leader because spectral leader, the problem with spectral leader, if you want to call it a problem, is he stays at a range, so my skellies might not have the best uptime when it comes to his action speed buff. Plus he's squishy. I'm not getting enough defenses so that I'm comfortable using him. Yeah, like I can see myself doing that. Carnage Shifting and see how it feels. It all depends on how often they die, because I do plan on using well, I would have liked to use Life from Death, but I don't even know if I still have the what's it called? Let me think. I would like to get Life from Death from a medium cluster, but that means I need to find points to drop somewhere. And I still need to figure out, I guess, something I could technically no, not really. What I'm thinking about here is I would like to get Life After Death from a medium cluster, but I don't have the points for that. I don't have the facilities for that, big man. And because of that, I haven't even clicked CI. Before I forget, let me click CI. It's kind of important, I think. It's kind of important. Is there any setup I want to F and F? Thinking about it. Guardian would be insane, actually, for the reservation. Increases whatever because we're chaos. Yeah, Guardian would be the best because I do want that reservation, ideally. Like, ideally, I want that reservation. Necro is also decent because it means I have some attack cast speed going for my minions, but I don't care for the offering effect because I plan on running flesh offering, which I haven't actually put in yet. So when do I plan on putting that in? Let's do it now. Arcanist brand. Desecrates. Flesh offering. Well, quality doesn't actually might matter a bit for that. All right. So where were we? We have gloves, we have boots, we have main hand, we have offhand. We're kind of out of socket if I'm being very honest, because helmet is subsumed, right? So helmet is gone. Helmet has 0 links. Occultist is not a bad F and F. What does Occultist have? Additional curse, effect of curses, regen, ES, cannot be stunned while you have ES. Cannot be stunned would be nice. The regen is also really nice. Yeah, these are all nice to have, honestly. But well, the one thing I will say is I don't care about the curse. It's like, well, I can use punishment, I guess. But like, yeah. I'd go faster attacks here just for now. Or if I don't know what else to put, convocation. I was looking for a source of convocation. There we go. I need a source of leap slam. I need leap slam somewhere. That's the little missing piece. That's the last piece we need here. We need leap slam. Also, this summon stone golem might. Oh, that's a lot of ES regen to drop. I don't know, but it's a lot of ES as well. I would have liked to go summon lightning golem for the mana regen, because I need to be able to gain mana. I can afford to go an onset ring for leap slam. That I can do if push comes to shove. But one thing I also want to kind of sort out is my mana, because if I'm summoning summon skeletons twice a second, my mana is going to be in a tough spot. So I need to do something about that. I need to do something about that. Guardian F and F. That would free up a lot of mana, which I would love. But it doesn't do anything about mana regen. I will still need a source of mana regen. Maybe it means I will be able to drop like these points for... Nah, these points don't have any regen. This is my only source of regen currently. I think the real solution is if I drop, let's say, the bone ring in favor of an unset ring for leap slam. If that's what we end up doing. Where's ring? If we do it this way, then what we can do is we can use the essence for mana regen, because all of a sudden we don't have all the mana, all the minion mods that we had before. So mana regen rates into a lot of mana regen. We scale resistances for the most part, attributes as well, so that until all attributes get some energy shield here, get mana costs, maybe even pick up flat mana if we can. I don't know if we can, but you know, if we can, sure. I think the shield can, but crafting that would be dicey. I don't know how I would craft that. Oh wait, I just realized if I plan to have an ES on block shield, I can't fracture it. I can't go for a fractured base. So I need to take down the ES numbers. All right, we'll take down the ES numbers then. Because this is now just going to be dense fossil spam and pray. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, what else am I missing? We'll fill out res on the different pieces of gear and all of that eventually. Like, I'm not too worried about that. Probably should be worried a bit. And where's my Twilight Regalia? What do I want here? A part of me wants non-curse auras. But I also kind of want Tempest Shield buff effect. Because with Tempest Shield, that'd be even more block chance. But I think I would just go increase the effect of auras. I genuinely think that's the play. It would unfairly increase the envy, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. And then for this side, it's fist taken as, I don't know, anything. Fire. And this is one where we'll go try to go 12%. All right, let's just start putting resistances, shall we? I think in the ideal universe, we're gonna go for some flat life regen alongside resistances. Something like this. actually, wait, scratch that. This is using Essence of Loathing, which means we're crafting suffixes first, which means we get at least one tier 1 mod. I guess that tier 1 mod is going to be Regen Life, because it's much easier to get Cold Res here on the Reforge than it is to get Life. So yeah, that makes sense. While the +1 is Fractured, of course. Then gloves, we can go for 1 suffix here, which would be Lightning. No guarantees to be high tier because we're reforging that. And then we need slightly more for Ellie. So for, I guess, the Onset ring, we're just going to go all Ellie res as a nice secondary. That caps our res, puts us at okay phase max hits. Not the greatest Ellie max hits, but like it would do. We need Watcher's Eye, which would also help. Watcher's Eye should give me D-term, PDR, as well as potentially attack block D-term, because we have Guardian Turtle. I really want the points though. FNF Guardian might be the play, but as it stands, I'm using a Darkness Entrance. I don't really want this to be FNF budget just yet. This should be a medium budget setup, medium to high, but like not Mageblood FNF quite yet. Unless FNF Guardian is cheap, but I highly doubt it is. I think the easiest way is to actually check Ninja. Forbidden Jewels. Yeah, Exarch Guardian is expensive, Ether is cheap. So like this is like 40 divines, let's say, roughly. Oh wait, it's the time is 12. Holy, I didn't notice it was this late. Give me a quick second. Okay, I'm back. This is what you get when you get into your POB warrior status. You lose yourself in time. Pretty much. Pretty fucking much. Um, where were we? Where were we? Hmm. We're thinking about points we could drop. I don't think we came up with any solutions. These are like the most droppable points, if you will. We've used a minion skill recently. This doesn't make a difference? Question mark? Guess not. I think we're looking at something that would potentially increase my ES. I just don't remember what it was. Oh wait. This top passive cluster is giving life, not ES. My bad. There we go, 7.7k. Okay, we have. Oh yeah, Watcher's Eye. We're thinking of Watcher's Eye. And the Watcher's Eye is gonna have the term PDR, ideally. I'm thinking Discipline ES Regen / ES Recov. Or we could do D-term block. Double D-term would be expensive though. We do Purity of Elements, max Eliras. That's also nice. Like D-term block would probably be the best, but let's do ES recovery rates for now. Block is a nice alternative. Then we'll do Immutable Force because we haven't solved stun yet. 961. Yeah. We haven't even equipped our AG yet. And he's going to have stuff like Explode, Malediction. At least I think I'm going to give him Malediction. That'll be another decent spot for endurance charges. I guess something else I could do in theory, if I had 1 point to spend, where can I get a singular point to spend? I don't know Fractured. I don't want to get Corrupted Resolute Technique here. That would solve it for me, but that'd be wasted for my minions. Guess it's fine. Anyways, if I can solve literally 1 point, and I feel like this is like the most redundant part of this build, just this area, I would love to get rid of this area. Is the chance to fortify worth it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure it's worth it. Because it's 10% chance for each Skelly, but that just means each Skelly could have fortification. Alright, well, we're gonna do it. Fuck it. Ion Mass, Corrupt, Resolute Technique, Corrupt, fine. Then we just save these points. Alright. Now what we can do is Megalo, Enduring Composure, and Life from Death. That's the one. And that replaces my Enduring Composure cluster. We still get Enduring Composure, but then we get Life from Death. Cool. Has a minion died recently? Probably. So yeah. That would be where that could be something I also do. Nah, my skellies are too squishy. That's not a solution. That's actually not a solution. Yeah, that's not a solution. 2k life, a stiff breeze will kill them.
I'm in danger.
So we're going to go back to an Enduring Composure cluster. And then we're going to get a medium cluster. Medium 4 passive cluster with Life from Death and Life from Death keeps my other minions healthy, tough, and all that. And then we pair it with Blessed Rebirth. Yeah, and then we use that. Cool. I think that's a good way to use the points we got back. Because otherwise, I wasn't liking what I like. The moment I saw the live start, I'm like, oh fuck, nah, that's not happening. If I'd have taken Katarina Bloodline with the build. Oh shit, right? Yo, should we do that? What can we give up? Helmet is very strong. I don't want to give up helmet. I can give up ring. Amulet would suck to give up, if I'm being very honest. Amulet would suck to give up. Weapon. Weapon I can kind of give up. Kinda. Like the weapon is giving me some increased damage and some increased curse effect. I'm not cursing, she is. So like I can do without weapon and I can do without rings. Yeah, I think that's the play. I think that's the play. And then we pick up Prolonged Servitude. And now we don't actually need Blessed Rebirth because we want them to be low. And this is 6 seconds. In 6 seconds, my Merc should be able to summon 12 of them. So that actually is perfect. It's actually perfect. Now, if I wanted, I could still use Life from Death to keep them alive for the first 4 seconds. Or rather, Blessed Rebirth to keep them alive for 4 seconds, and then that takes over. But then that would deny me the 20% more damage for the duration of Blessed Rebirth, which is less than ideal. So I'm going to remove Blessed Rebirth. And now we're just going to go back to the initial solution of Megalomaniac. And then we're going to empty here. So this is what we're gonna do. Thank you for the suggestion. That was pretty good. Kind of completely forgot prolonged servitude works in this context. So that means my minions are on low life. Is there an option for that? No? Yes? There is no option. It doesn't ask if my minions are on low life. Unless it's somewhere I'm not seeing. I mean, oh, there it is. Yeah, they're always on low life. A stiff breeze gets them to death range. So that means now they're guaranteed to die every 6 seconds. Do I want to? Nah, Carnage Shifting isn't worth it now. Because Carnage Shifting casts once every 6 seconds. So if I use Carnage Shifting, they'd be trapped at 1 frenzy charge maximum. But that helped me sort out my Spectre choices, is what that means. So now, what is the last guy? What is the last 2 people? Because we still have 2 Spectres to go. We want Chaos. We can do something like a Gilded Arak, but like I don't want to deal with capturing a Gilded Arak if I'm being very honest with you. So what else? I'm thinking Haste Spectre is probably the best bet here. That's the one that comes to mind at least. Let me see if I'm forgetting any obvious ones. We don't have Impale, so that wouldn't matter. We don't care about any of the purities. Precision, that'll be Crit, we don't care. Impale, we don't care. Serpent Warrior. We don't care about that. Or anything offering. Pain Artist, we don't care about Crit Multi, we've said that. Effect of Maim, we don't care. Pass Pride, we don't care. I don't think this was ever released into the game. We could do Thunderbird. Why not? We don't have all that much attack block. We have some spell block. So Grace would go a decent way. We don't care about... I guess we could use Vitality as well, because it's like 50 regen as well. I'm not going to use an entire Spectre spot for that, I don't think. Owner gains withered effect. Again, my mind drifts off to aspect of Arakali, but there is no benefits to me. It's just wither effect, which is strong in its own rights, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. They are also not spiders, so like that wouldn't do anything. My problem with relying solely on Warlord for endurance charges is because in recent times, at least, I found that he can be left behind, and I would miss the endurance charge from that cast. And with a maximum of, I think, 5 endurance charges, he's not slow actually. He leap slams. He's very quick, but like, if I am moving around, like let's say I'm shield charging around, which is typically what the example I give, he sometimes cries when I'm at like max tether range, and that's outside the range where I'd get like endurance charges. So he would cry at that exact moment before he gets yoinked. And then he gets yoinked. But now it's on a cooldown for 9 seconds. So there is no overlap anymore to where, oh, if I miss this one, I can still get the next one and be fine. I can supplement this with like other sources of endurance strategies, and that's perfectly fine. I think that'd be amazing. But by itself, it can have questionable uptime. If I'm just regularly walking, I think he's typically on the ball with it. And seeing as I'm not actually making him aggressive in this case because my skeletons would be aggressive. I think there is a universe where what do you call it? Where I still use him. And it's more reliable because he's not aggressive. Maybe it's something that I am considering. It will save me. It will save me points. It would save me points. Eldritch Eye we don't care about. Is there any wait? Why are you slow? The only reason I don't want to just outrightly put Perfect Forest Tiger is because this guy is just typically not worth the amount of the currency people like to charge for him. There is no corpses section, but if we go here, and we go Perfect Forest Tiger. Dude is fucking 43 divines. To this day, I still don't understand how his price gets this high. I don't know what build is using him that they just that they value him this much. I don't get it. I've never got it. Like, it blows my mind how expensive he gets. Adherent of Zarok is no longer in the game, so we don't have access to this anymore. And Temp Chains as well. They came in Mirage. They'll be back next season, but for this season, they gone. So like, we'll go Perfect Thunderbird. I hate that I can't type half. Like I have to properly spell, bro. Primal Thunderbird. Are you happy? Jesus. And for the last guy, yeah, I think Perfect Warlord makes the most sense here. Like, Tiger obviously makes the most sense, but 43 Divines is just stupid. Like, actually just dumb. How much damage would it be? One mil damage. For 43 divines. I really don't understand why they are priced that high typically. Like, it blows my mind every single time. Enemies intimidated, yes. I'll go Perfect Warlord for now. That'll at least give me some regen. Can't complain. Regen is always nice. 1200 a second is really nice. Enemy is not blinded, no. We could make our AG blind, technically. We could. I think we dropped Anathema, we dropped Dodri's Damning, and we dropped Strangle. No, we didn't drop Brass Strangle. We dropped Ring, and we dropped Dying Breath. Those are the ones we dropped. So... Dying Breath. Or... Low Life. There is a universe where we pick those back up and drop links, but I wouldn't want to manually cast skeletons every 6 seconds. Like, that just seems like pain. Actually, it just means we would end up dropping Alberon's Warpath if we can't use links. Like, that's the, if we can't use links, we're dropping Alberon's Warpath, because then I don't just spam this 12 times. Like, I would just go click, click, click. I have all my skeletons. Next pack, click, click, click. But I would rather it's went to intuitive. Even if... Huh? Am I bugging? Intuitive link is not reducing the damage of my skeletons anymore. What the? I'm confused. Wasn't this reducing my damage before? What changed? Yo, what changed actually? Summon skeletons, including full DPS, intuitive link. Yo, am I tripping? What the fuck? Huh? Didn't we check this? And it was going down by like 2 mil or 200k? I'm stumped. I'm actually stumped. I am oh, I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Nope, it's not that. It is not that. I thought you said I trust POB. I said I trust POB on certain things, but like even when it was reducing the damage in my skeletons, I said that I'm not going to believe POB on this because it doesn't make sense. And I believed it would work the way I was saying, which is the way POB now says it is. But like it wasn't this way an hour ago. And now it's making me feel like I'm bugging, but like I know what I saw back then. I am very aware of what I saw back then. So what the fuck is going on? When did it change? At what point did it change? Did it just wake up? Huh. I don't get it. I do not understand. But hey, it's working now. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. It's working now. So intuitive link. You'll be updated where you were looking. It's actually just tripping me out because I'm just like, huh? Okay, so intuitive link is doing its thing, 16.3. Okay. I think we're in the middle of figuring out some mana costs. Wait, I don't have enough intelligence? Huh? Was it Twilight Regalia? Where did I have intelligence that I dropped it for? Man, at this point, I don't know, but I'm just going to go all attributes here. At this point, that's the best solution. There, fixed. Wait, isn't there a Clarity Spectre? There isn't, is there? There is. This is what we should use. This guy is what we should use. He should. Who is he going to replace, though? Is the next question. I think there's always been one, which is just not popular because who needs it? I always just forget it exists. I will leave Thunderbird and I'll remove Warlord, I feel. Primal, perfect. Primal, Demiurge. But it's been here since Affliction. Oh, that fixes all my mana regen issues. All of it. Because now I'm gaining 96 mana per second. My skeletons are going to cost me 36 mana. Or, because Intuitive Link's proc rate is twice a second, it is going to be 60 something mana plus the mana cost per second, which is fine, 6.9. So that ends up with me being net positive on mana. And honestly just solving my mana regen. So I'm very happy about that actually. That solves mana. We've solved Immutable Force. We have Ailment Immunity because we went Purity of Elements. Ring. Leap Slam. We don't need quality on Leap Slam. Okay, so we do Leap Slam. We could do leaf slam here. It would still beat being in the ring. Yeah, let's do that. Leap slam here. Convocation in the ring. What do you mean item can't have sockets? It's literally an onset ring. Okay, buddy. Onset ring. Blue. Oh wait, you're fucking white. Never mind. Wait, no. That means I can just leave you white. The fuck? I can just leave you white, right? Well, you do have quality coming from ashes. But yeah, many things actually have quality coming from ashes, including like flesh offering. My specters would have giga res for this. I basically easily cap them on res. Golems will have buff effect, which is always nice. Which is why, honestly, this is giving me as much ES as it's giving me. Like literally 7.2k, so it's 8k. And same with evasion and a bit of armor, so that's always nice. That is always nice. Okay. I think for the most part, we've done a good chunk of it. We still need to do AG because AG's gear isn't in there. We need to replace the Merc staff from Dying Breath, as well as her rings. Do rings have anything special? In terms of crafted mods, I feel like the answer is no. But I guess there's one way to find out. Or just go for like a res ring. Actually, this is the worst way I could check. The best way is Craft of Exile. This intuitive link setup has got me wild since you mentioned it at the start. What about it? Is something you want to try? Didn't think of it? Oh, yeah. Because the merc just allows you to automate most skills. You can use it on... I was thinking of using it initially with Flame Golem of the Meteor. Now I'm just going to use it for skeletons. So my merc just auto summons it for me. And it's permalink, so I don't have to re-click it. I can just focus on doing other things. All right, rings. I don't care about any of this. Don't care about any of this. No siree. Oh, we can do curse. Is there any curse we cared for on hits? But then we want to increase curse limit, and that would come with a unique. Not necessarily. No, it does necessarily. It does. Unless we get no. It should be overwriting herself because she has despair. Yeah, there's nothing I would care for. Maybe just regen life, so she actually has some life regen going for her, which is the incursion mod. Maybe. Probably just that, if I'm being honest. Nothing else here is really like insane. Maybe minimum endurance charges. just shore up her defenses. So like that would be minimum endurance charges. AoE of hex skills, I guess, could be an option. Increase curse effect duration, doesn't matter much. Oh wait, which essence is this? Greed? We can just use essence of greed for life regen on rings. Sure, we'll do that for the merc, I think. Yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. Use that to craft the ring and then just go from there. Because we do want her to have a good amount of life regen. As well as ES regen, but like ES regen is less important. Less important. Okay. So her rings are literally just going to be regen. Regen until res, most likely. Into maybe another res, maybe life. That's kind of it. Then just get 2 of those rings. Something like that. What about staff? I'm pretty sure staff has nothing I care for. Levels don't affect her. Maybe cast speed is like the only thing that comes to mind. Chance to block would be good. That would be good actually, chance to block. What essences are available? Yes, cast speed essence, which will probably be what I do. But just to confirm, let's go through all the others and see if there's anything remotely good. MS, max endurance charges would be actually good. Ooh. Skills fire an additional projectile will likely be good as well. Elder, that would be nice, just so she has an easier time hitting. What am I working on? A skeleton luminary setup. I think staff would be good. Basically, chaos damage skeleton luminary. We'll give her Imperial stuff for a big chance to block. Then we'd go Hunter. Pro Mistress. Let's just say we go for Soul Rend or Reaping, right? I kind of want to see if she can destroy my skeletons. I feel like it would be a no. But you never know with this. So if I get Soul Rend or Reaping and I get GMP and return, that kind of covers everything. Oh shit, spell damage leech as ES. Do we want to give her damage actually? Could be worth getting some damage there. Your chaos damage can chill. Ooh. Oh, that is probably not bad. But I don't have any on chill effects, but it means I would be able to use hypothermia in theory. I don't think I need to use hypothermia at all. Additional proj. Now that I see that GMP is just there, I don't feel quite as strongly on the additional proj on Elder. We have Calling Strike already, so we don't have to worry about that. The Calling Strike is coming from our Perfect Forest Warrior. Minions. So we already have Calling Strike, so we don't have to worry about this one. AoE, doesn't matter too much. Intimidate and chance to intimidate on hits. We already have it on gloves. You can get more here. Really try to juice it. Auras from your skills grant increased damage to you and your allies. I guess this is fine as well because it can also come with block. I think Redeemer is the play. Because this 4% scales off of aura effects. Now we don't have that much in the way of aura effects. So it will still only be like a 6% increased damage. But it's replacing the, it's kind of just helping to replace the 18% we lost from the unique staff. In my head at least. And then of course block is block. Yeah, there's nothing here that I care about. Actually, nothing here. So we'll go Redeemer on this stuff. We'll go chance to block if you've been hit. The staff gives her attack block or spell block, so I'm going to give her attack block. Then I'm also going to go for auras. And then I'll just go from there. That's all we care for. Merc, just so I don't forget. This is Merc gear. That replaces all the uniques that I dropped. So rare stuff. And I will leave this as a... I'll remove this. I will uncomment this, but I'll leave this at like 6%, I would say. Might not be that even, but we'll leave it at 6% for now. All right, that kind of covers most of the Merc's gear. That leaves boots. Boots, I think, will be more defensive. Belt, on the other hand, I actually have no idea what the fuck I'm going to do with belt. Belt is it has a lot of interesting mods that I'm just not thinking about, so I'm sure there'll be something interesting to do on the belt. We just need to figure out what exactly is the extent of which we can mess around here. Increase ES from body armor. ES recovery rates. Like we don't care. We don't not care about life recovery rate, right? Like, it's still decent. She has life. She has ES. She's not CI or anything like that. Increase cooldown. We don't care. Seeing as Soul Rend is going to be leeching ES, I feel like scaling a bit of her damage. Not a lot, but it is chaos like we're scaling anyways. We lose nothing by giving her some damage. It'll just not be that impactful of damage, but it will still be noticeable. Kind of where my head is at here. I guess she can always use this regen mod. So this crafted mod would definitely be there. Past that. Wait a second. Didn't staff have like max endurance charge on like Warlord? I could give her max endurance. She doesn't have a source of endurance charges, is the only thing. And I can't give her unique boots for Ralakesh endurance charges. Nor do I want to spend that amount of money either, to be fair. Be very fair. There's that. Belt. Oh shit, can be anointed. We can do that. I forgot. Horde belt. Is there any anoints we're forgetting? Champion of the cause, probably. Aside champion of the cause, what else would be helpful here? We've done curse effects. We've done, I guess, a source of endurance charge, like endurance charge on block or on hit. That could be decent as well. But fuck that. Champion of the cause it is. More aura effects. I like that already. Past that, we wanted a crafted mod that said, what's the crafted mod again? Regen ES while Rail Unique is nearby, because they are unique, so they would always have the regen. Then I guess we just essence stuff until we have ES and life rally. Like these are and res. These are like the two mods that matter. Essence modifier would either be, I want to craft prefixes first because I feel like they would, like with all the res we have, I don't really think suffixes are hard to craft. So we do deafening woes, which replaces this one until T1 life. Then regen, which is a suffix, I believe. So we can get armor here, or we can just get res and call it a day. Merc. Cool. The last bit of the equation is ES boots. I don't think boots have anything interesting, but let's just check. We don't lose anything by checking. Because I think I would just go Syrian Exarch Eta, or I could honestly also just go Fractured, not Fractured, Corrupted +1 max endurance. I could go Warlord max endurance, but then I would need a steady source that gives her endurance charges. That then it would be non-negotiable. We're not relying on her for ailments, right? No, we're not. Pretty sure Soul Ren just perma pierces. It doesn't have pierce supports because I think it just pierces. Am I bugging? If it could if it couldn't pierce baseline, it would have pierce support. But it doesn't say it here, which Soul Ren would typically say it there. But I'm pretty sure it will still pierce. All right, what are my options when it comes to Syrian Exarch Eta World implicits? Because I think that's ultimately where we're going with boots. She's ranged, so we're not going to do any of the ground effects. Would it make sense? We'll do MS. What about Eta? I mean, life regen per endurance. All of these things just revolve around their endurance charges, which I still haven't given her a source of endurance charges. I guess AG could have a source of endurance charges technically. If I don't go for like an explode weapon, assuming there are still explode weapons to begin with, we'd probably be going Malediction Scepter and endurance charge shield, which would give her a source of endurance charges. In which case, instead of going regen life per endurance charge, I would give her +2 max boots. I give her +1 max staff. That gives her 6 endurance charges. That's a very healthy amount of defenses, just baseline aside the regen, or aside the res that she will have. That being said, life regen per endurance charge at that point will also be really strong. So it's that. Yeah, nothing here that really matters to her that I can see, at least. Yes, I think I would want, if I had my way, I would give her Warlord with max endurance and Corrupted with max endurance. Mods don't really matter too much. MS ideal. MS ideally, but like, yeah, something like this. Quickening Covenant. And then these two spots could be F and F in the future. It could also just be Ghastly IGOs for now. We'll put Ghastlies for now. Odds are we'll figure out a gem that should go there more presently. We still need to figure out AG setup. So this is a whole ass POB session. Shit, it's already 1 a.m. Dark Seer with Life ES. Replica Victario, bruh. For endurance charge for allies on hits and frenzy charges potentially. Gravebinds. Enfeeble on hits. Add Kingmaker AG in here because we'd be using this chest with the extra curse so it doesn't override the mercenary's curse. Remove this windscreen. Mask of the Stitch, all the same, can go in there because we do have ES. And then for boots, what am I doing for boots? I can do Legacy of Fury for extra explode, but because it's elemental, it's not going to be that impactful. Actually, will it? Yeah, it will do damage because my AG is not going to have void manipulation. So like it will still burn, but it'll be less impactful. Whereas I could still give my AG +1 max friend endurance from somewhere else. Or I don't know what else I'd give him, if I'm being honest. Let's go Legacy of Fury, fuck it. Why not? We don't care about the Scorch, but we do care about the Explode. So. And then Kingmaker AG will remove. Or delete actually. Because we don't need it. So now we're going to make the AG in here. Use the AG sets. So for AG, he is going to have Malediction. He's going to have that takes care of weapon. Offhand frenzy charges. I can maybe pull one, but that'll be a WoW clearance situation. During single target, they are not going to have frenzy charges unless I give them regular Victario. Then my Merc doesn't get what's it called, endurance, which is kind of whatever. Helmets, there's no debuff there. Enfeeble, additional curse. This one is then Enfeeble, level 1, 0. AG curse. So now for this one in particular, in order to not inflate our survivability, what we're gonna need to do is we're going to need to take the curse effect mod, see that it is 1.0, and understand that we don't have to do anything. But if we had curse effect from somewhere on our tree, which I mean our merc does, but we don't, then we'd have to come here and give it reduced curse effect to balance out. One link target. We're not linked to minions now. Okay, I think that's all. Everything else is explode related, so like not a big deal. Yeah, I think that's it for AG. And I think that's pretty much what we have for damage. And then for a single target, if we so choose, we can always swap out Feeding Frenzy, which would reduce that damage, and go here for Rootless. Rootless? Or the Rootless. Huh? Now I am so confused. So I think we found the problem. We found why Intuitive Link was acting up before. When I use it, it removes Rootless. And I don't understand why. Okay, so I wasn't bugging. It's because of Rootless. So why do you hate Rootless? If the target dies while length also die, triggered or used by totems, traps, or mines. What does that have to do with Rootless? Is that just a weird bug? I think that's exactly what it is. It's just a bug. Because there's no reason why we can't use Rootless, which is just damage. Anyways, all this to say we're at 26.7 single target DPS, and then for clear, we go Feeding Frenzy, which then puts us at 22. And this is ignoring... This is of course ignoring the simple fact that this does not include Val Skellies. And the moment we use Val Skellies, Val Skellies, summon skeleton soldiers, they'd be 22-ish, is my understanding. Why are they lower DPS than our main guys? How does that work? Oh God. Don't tell me. POB doesn't have Val Summon Skellies working the same way with what's it called? He doesn't have Val Summon Skellies working with Iron Mass. That's what's happening here. But I'm pretty sure, at least according to the wiki, they also get to use Iron Mass. All skeletons will exact copy of this. So one skeleton normally has this. Iron Mass overrides this. The other. I'm just going to use the Dreamclaw video. I'm pretty sure he says it's here. Show transcripts.
Welcome to another episode of Forgotten Uniques, and this one is dedicated to a very persistent viewer who's been waiting sort of patiently for this item to appear in the series
patient
for a
dude,
while
eh?
at this point. Well, you needn't wait any longer. Let's get into it. In this series, I'm covering unique items in Path of Exile that aren't being used very much at the moment, taking a look at how regards to some of the more recent additions, such as Ascendancy reworks or new unique items. Today's video in patch 3. The Iron take a look at the modifiers on the Iron increased physical damage. Though you can rarely obtain a corrupted implicit for flat added physical, soldiers wield this weapon while in your main hand, and summoned skeleton warriors and soldiers deal triple damage with this weapon if you've hit with this weapon recently. So everything we've discussed up to this point now becomes a lot more interesting in the context of summoned skeletons using this sword and dealing the damage with the character being more of a support to those minions, providing them the tools to do so.
But yeah, you can even see it in the wording. It's summon skeleton warriors and soldiers. And I know these are soldiers, summon skeleton soldiers. So like they are supposed to be using it. But for some reason they're just not. I guess it's like it's not for some reason, it's just bugged. Like it's just straight up bugged. But yeah, so that's 62 when we have Val up, and when we don't have Val up, which by the way we should be trying to do certain other things here. For example, we should be doing rune graft of the, what rune graft is that? The one that is, I feel like it's not witch mark or anything like that. My brain isn't working right now. The one that is Vow Souls. Gain 1 Vow Soul every second. That one. It's Sowick. This one. So we just passively gain it, so that will help us with our Val uptime. If I remember correctly, Val summon Skellies, they last longer than their lockout period. Their lockout is 10 seconds, they last 20 base, so basically double. And then we're scaling this 20 base to be like 30 or something. Like realistically, they'll just die once Realistically, they're going to die once once they can die. So this is only our DPS for 6 seconds. I'm going to remove this because this is our DPS for 6 seconds. And once those 6 seconds are done, we now have to rebuild this guy. Whereas these ones are always going to be like full 12, ready to go at all times. So that's kind of the difference. It's the easiest way to keep the, but like that's kind of our peak and our bottom. Oh, wrong video.
To verify
Wrong video. I have too many videos open.
Firstly, the Iron Mass must be wielded in the main hand for your skeletons to also use this sword. Equipping in the
Does it still have that while in main hand? Oh, sure it does, actually.
offhand will not work. Secondly, it's important to note which types of skeletons will use the Iron Mass. Skeletons summoned using the normal summon skeletons are warriors, so these will take on the Iron Mass. However, skeletons summoned using either of the transfigured versions of the gem, that's summoned skeletons of archers and summoned skeletons of mages, will of course not work because they're not warriors or soldiers, and they're not melee. In the case of Vaal summoned skeletons, an army of skeletons will be created, of which the majority are soldiers, and they will take on the Iron Mass.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I was looking for. But yeah, it's basically they will use it, so POB needs to make sure they use it, but it's not programmed that way yet. It's currently not working, so we'll use skeleton soldiers for now. I feel like I turned this off, did I not? I feel like I did. Anyways, so this is likely what the final version kind of looks like. This doesn't have any conditionals up, so like defensively it's pretty solid. 8k ES is not bad. If I can get good old attributes here, then one thing I could also do or consider doing is Runegraft of the Fortress, because that is going to give me what am I doing? Actually, resets. Increase effect on me real quick because I want more ES. I'm seeking more ES. And now we go Fortress here. So we can easily just yeah. That puts us at 9.3k. So even more defensives. Cool. We can also always replace this one if we want to plus level of support gems. That also works. And of course, there's also feeding for Rootless, which is our clear setup. But yeah, we need to do that and that. And if everything is all said and done, our peak is now looking at 84 mil. Yeah, this is a very balanced setup, honestly. I'm down to try this. It's a weird bug it has with Rootless, though. I will say that. Very weird bug. Ah. I can't understand why it's like that. Anyways, it doesn't matter too much. 84 mil on the top end and 30 on the bottom end. All right, I'm very happy with this. I am very happy with this. Oh, we inflated the other one. I just realized because we didn't turn off Feeding Frenzy alongside turning that off. So it's not 30, it's 26. And then this is 74. Cool. But that's also if you can be asked to switch gems. I can't. I will probably just stick to Feeding Frenzy personally. But I think this is fine. This is impressive for skeletons. And all things considered, we are... Why am I going... You know, I just realized something. I just realized I'm going live gain on hits. I'm CI. I don't care about this. Well, that's... Makes things easier. Faster attacks. Cool. We could do mark on hits, but no. Faster attacks helps my leaf slam and helps my lasting still of sprain, so like it's also fine. Cool. Everything is fine. I am impressed by this POB. I didn't think skeletons would get this high. I genuinely didn't think so. But I am very happy with it. Oh, the flat damage was worth it. But then again, I guess it is like it is that way when you have triple damages from nowhere. And this is not getting Envy aura effect because Envy should have way more aura effect because coming from our mercenary. I think if I remember correctly, baseline Cruel Mistress had like a really strong Envy aura compared to minion or players. I think that should still be the case. And it's gonna be a part of Mercenaries page. But I don't think they'll have the level of gems. Where does H... Oh, number of support gems. High, medium, no support gems, and then low. Yeah, that's what it is. For clear purposes, I will be picking up the cooldown recovery mastery. And that rounds out our 123 over 123. Ooh. That was a lot of POBing today, but we're good. We're good. And with that, we are going to end stream finally. Holy, I didn't plan on streaming till 1 a.m., but like here we are. It was a very productive stream, I will say that. I still have shapers I need to do, so we'll figure that out. Or we'll continue that tomorrow. So I guess I kind of now know what my next build is going to be. So we can start slowly working our way through the pieces that we need for that setup. Slowly but surely work our way through it. It's going to need a separate 12 passer cluster than I currently have, so maybe I craft that one. We'll see. All right, guys. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate it. Appreciate all the support. I will be back likely tomorrow. I say likely because I don't know what time. It could be my regular Saturday time. It could be regular stream time. Not sure yet. I have stuff to do in the morning and the afternoon. So we'll see how quickly I can round everything up, and depending on when, I will be live afterwards. Regardless, I will be dropping updates on, or I'll drop an update on Discord what the situation is, and we'll go from there. All right, guys. Till then, have a good night.